6. Command Toga, SRS runway, auto thrust is blue. 80 knots, thrust set. 5500. 31. Rotate.
Well, looks like I mistimed that one by about a minute, eh? What is up, everybody? Welcome back to the channel. My goodness, it's been, almost a month since my last public live stream. I don't know, it's been 3 weeks probably, somewhere around there. It has been way too long. I have to apologize for that. If you're a member, I did do a members-only podcast, and I explained the situation to y'all. Basically, we'll get into it later on, but long story short, the V1 family has relocated, been moving, in the process of moving. Everything's been crazy. However, I'm still at the V1 HQ for today's stream, coming at you from North Texas, where it's currently 39 degrees outside. I don't know what's going on with the weather out here. It's wild. It's like 80 degrees and it's 39 degrees, 89 degrees, 39 degrees. But we're back. We're live. I promised you I would do a sim preparation stream. I do have to go back to a recurrent real-world stream tomorrow, mid-morning, right around 10 a.m. actually, right around the same time. And I haven't flown an airplane, nor touched an airplane, nor touched my simulator since, let me look at the date for you guys. February 3rd was the last time I flew an Airbus A320. As a matter of fact, I flew one leg, and yeah, that was it, February 3rd. So I haven't flown an airplane, done a sim, nothing. It is now the 24th, so I need this stream just as much as y'all want to see this stream. I hope anyway, because it's going to help me get refreshed, get back into the saddle, getting back on the grind here in real life. So man, so many shout outs. Guys, thank you for tuning in today. We already got 117 people in the chat. You guys are absolutely awesome. I'm going to ask you a big favor. Please smash down that like button today, because YouTube does not like it when you take an absence from creating content. So to help the channel, help me get back on the train, got to smash that like button. It pumps the video, gets it back in the algorithm, and it really does help the channel out. So that's my big ask for y'all this afternoon. Appreciate you. Callie Simmer, some things never change, my friend. I hope they never do. Thank you for popping off this stream with a 10 gifted subscriber, or 10 gifted memberships. Absolutely awesome, my friend. Thank you so much, Callie Simmer. I appreciate the support. Glad to have you here as always. Let me pause the alert box here for a few minutes. I mean, I think I've already beeped through about 6 of them, but it is great to be back. Thank you again for that, Callie Simmer. Very, very much appreciated. Matt Warren, thank you so much for gifting the subscription and membership as well. Thank you for tuning into the stream today. Glad to see you here. And Aviation Spotter, 6 months of support. Much appreciated, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Don't forget to yell clear prop, says Ramon Thompson. Yeah, clear prop, that'd be something, huh? So this is what we got on the slate for you today. So I have my real world, basically it's called like a loft, a line-oriented flight training scenario that I'm going to be doing in the sim tomorrow. Now, there's a handful of scenarios that are handed out to flight crews, so you don't really know which one you're going to get. I'm going to pick one that I think is probably the most, I wouldn't say the most common, but I think it presents the most amount of potential threats, threat and air management. And that's a round trip hop from Las Vegas to Burbank, and then Burbank back to Las Vegas. So there's a couple things we're going to get into today. Basically, we're going to talk about some of the kind of the unrelated stuff to the flight, but wind shear, we're going to talk about wind shear recovery. We're going to do stall recovery. I'm actually going to pause the departure. I forgot about that. I'll probably have to disconnect from VETS, and we'll do a departure. I'm going to go through a couple of stalls just because I haven't done a stall since the last time I've been in the sim, which has been a long time ago, and I got to just kind of refresh my memory on that. And then we're going to continue the flight as we would a normal flight into Burbank. We're going to talk about short runway operations, the hazards and threats that poses. And then we're also going to talk about CFIT, or controlled flight into terrain, basically going over terrain awareness, GIPWIZ, what is eGIPWIZ, how do we manipulate it, what does it tell us, we'll go over that. And then of course getting into Burbank itself, short, tight airport, landing on runways with less than 6,000 feet of usable runway. For my operator personally, we have a specific set of criteria that have to be met if you land on runways with less than 6,000 feet of available landing distance. So we're going to get into that, and then when we come back, we'll do a quick turn over there, probably take just a break, get some water, whatever, and then we're going to fly back into Vegas, and we'll come in and we'll do an RNAV, we'll do the star coming down, and then I think we're going to break and do the glide slope from above ILS on the 19s, depending how the winds are. Actually, no, not the 19s, excuse me, on the ones. Hopefully we can land on the ones. We'll see what the winds are doing here in a little bit. But that's what we have on the slate for today. Sam F says, threat and air management within the first couple of minutes of stream. Definitely ready for this sim. Sam F, good to see you, my friend. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Hope you're well, Sam. Glad to see you back on. And here we'll go ahead and unpause the alert box, because Brad K has gifted 5 additional memberships as well. Brad K, thank you so much. Guys, if you pick up a gifted membership from any one of the generous members of here in the chat, make sure you tell them thank you. You have access to the View and After Dark podcast and all my shorts videos, although I haven't done any shorts videos in quite some time because like I said, I haven't actually flown an airplane since, the 3rd of February. So it's been a while, but you have access to all the old ones, and you have access to the View and After Dark podcast, which I am a part of, and I talked about why you haven't seen any content for quite some time. But long story short, we moved. I don't want to overpromise and underdeliver today, but I will tell you this, that there is a small possibility we might do either another stream this evening, or at the very least, we're going to find some more time to stream this weekend. I don't know if it may be tomorrow after my sim, but we're going to do another stream within the next day or so here where we can really kind of sit back and talk about what's going on. But today, as much as it's for you, this stream is for me as well, because I really need to get my proficiency back up with the airplane. And I'm probably going to make mistakes. I'm sure you guys are going to hold me to it. The YouTube chat, you guys are awesome at keeping me accountable when I miss things. Call me out. Do what you got to do, because I want to make sure I'm doing what I need to do correctly. So here we go. Getting some water in, and we're going to do it here. Caleb, good to see you, my friend. Uh, Alberto D, what's up? Good to see you. Get ready for the winds here in SoCal. Yes, Alberto, I hear the winds are absolutely crazy up there. My mom's actually been up in the Bay Area, and she's been calling me saying, hey, the wind is absolutely crazy. What's going on up here? Trees are getting blown over and all kinds of weird stuff happening in the SoCal area. Now, one thing that I didn't do is update, I guess, the jet bridges, because I cannot connect this jet bridge over here. So we're just going to kind of pretend that they're going to just take little leaps from the jet bridge into the airplane. That's the only thing that goes wrong today. Not a big deal. One other thing I should show you, because this drove me nuts and almost delayed the entire stream. Actually, I almost alt F4'd and just rage quit completely. I could not get the FENIX to register that the app was running. It kept saying, if make sure your virus is not blocking it, blah, blah, blah. I updated the SIM, updated everything else. It would not do it. I tried restarting the app. Turns out it was a livery issue. I had to go to a current livery or update the livery that I wanted to use for it to work. I don't know why that is, but if you're having issues with this connecting to the EFB app, maybe check your livery manager and check that your livery that you're using is up to date. I don't know why. I'm not the smartest person when it comes to technical things here on the sim, but it just was driving me nuts, and someone actually helped me out in the Discord. Got it. Shout out to whoever that was, because you saved the stream today. So just thought I'd throw that out there, because I got to the office 2 hours early to prepare for this stream, and I still feel like we're late getting off the gate here. So just wanted to throw that out there for you. All right, headed through SFO this afternoon on way to Vegas. Ooh, very nice, very nice. A bank angle check from my man.
Just wanted to let you know that today you may want to test the packs and oxygen. Yesterday was National Chili Day, and with that some barley waters, the cabin is going to get a bit funky.
C2A, oh, I missed you, my friend. Thank you for that $3 bank angle check right back at you. National Chili Day yesterday, huh? Oh, wow, that explains a lot. I was flying in on I jump seated back into Dallas yesterday, and I was the last seat on a 321. I was 39A, very last row of a Delta Airbus, on just like, yeah, that explains a lot, C2A. Thank you so much, man. We'll definitely check the passenger on oxygen. I'll show you how to do the fart control from the overhead, too. Remind me how to show you how to do fart control from the overhead, how to clear out the smells in the cockpit. It's an unofficial technique, an unofficial official technique that I'll show you. All right, my gear is up. Rip, it is. Gear lever down. Thank you. Man, we're starting off rough already. Bermuda Triangle Flight Force, what's up, man? Yeah, I thought I was too. But here we go. Since the gear lever was in the up position to the down position, now let's start from the top, okay? So let's come into the airplane. I'm going to check the maintenance log and tail number. We're going to make sure the tail number matches the paperwork, because I've seen that not wrong. Make sure all the documents and stuff are proper for the aircraft. Once we get to the airplane, we basically start our flow. So we're going to come in here. We're going to make sure that the landing gear lever is down. We're going to make sure the ignition switches are off, normal. We're going to come over here, check the radar panel, make sure that's Cal +4. That's auto, off and off for there. That looks good. Then we'll come up to the overhead. We've got our wipers are off. We're going to go to the battery, 26.5. What are we looking for? 25.6 volts or greater. So we got plenty of juice there. We'll go battery 1, powers the off light. Battery 2 comes online. Once those are both online, let's go ahead and connect the external power. Let the airplane come to life here. We're going to let the screens power up. Let the FWC do its thing. And we'll get cracking from there. Windows open for taxi. No, I've done that, though. I have done that. Am I completely moved out of Texas yet? Basically, Ryan, the family is. I have some things here. I guess while we're waiting for the computer to power up, we're going to turn our house into a rental property. It's in Texas. So the family is out. They're at our new house, but the office and the V1 HQ is still here for another month. So I'm going to be it's ironic, I'm going to be commuting to Dallas to work for a month before I go to my new base. But the way it all works out is that I'll have the office at least for another month. So for the month that I'm commuting out here, if I'm not flying, guess what I'm going to be doing? I'm going to be creating content for you guys. So you're going to see, hopefully, fingers crossed, hopefully, a steady stream of content for the next month here. And then we might go into a dark hole for a little bit as I try to rebuild an HQ or a V1 HQ at the new location. But we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Let's get through today first and make sure we keep the silver side up, shall we? Flaps are up. Thank you, Chomper Studios. Flaps are in the up position. They are not in the up position. Jesus Christ, here. Thank you, Chompers. Wow. Okay, let's do this again. That's down, down, up, off, 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 off. Parking brake is on. That's fine. Everything looks good there. Overhead, we've got our power on. Okay, now let's go up the left-hand side, nice and slow. Here we go. So we've got our crew supply oxygen. That's going to come on. Ground control, CVR test. There we go. Fault light, that's normal. Everything, all the lights out. We are going to go captain per, switch to captain only. Let's go ahead and begin the ADIRS alignment. 1, 2, and 3. We'll select status mode, and we'll get the time to alignment. 8 minutes. We'll wait for that on bat to extinguish. There we go. Beautiful. This is the struggle bus stream. It might be, man, but this is why we're doing it. This is why I said, hey, this stream is very important for myself and for you. So here we go. Gustavo, what's up, man? Using the office as a crash pad, just remembering the regional, just remember the regional times. Yes, Gustavo, very similar, very similar. Not quite using the office as a crash pad, just because our house that we're going to be turning into a rental won't be effective till April 1st. So I've got this month. I turned my house into a crash pad, which is a lot better than using the office as a crash pad, but it was an option. It was an option. Basically, it will be a pseudo crash pad. Okay, here we go. That's going to go the auto. That's going to be position 1 for my flight. Seatbelt sign off. No smoking auto. Emergency exit lights are armed. I'm going to go ahead and do we even need these overhead lights? I don't know. I guess it makes it easier for you guys to see it. I'll turn them all, turn the integral lights all the way up. 2 fault lights there. That looks good. External power is good. Let's do a battery check. I think FENIX will fail like it always does here. So let's go ahead and do electrical page. We have 27, 27, and 0. So I'm going to go ahead and select the batteries off. Oh, boy. We have a massive situation happening here. Let me get the battery check on here, and we're going to watch it fail. So less than... what is it? Oh my gosh, 10 seconds, less than 60 amps or less than 10 seconds? I have to look it up. Someone tell me in chat, what's the limitation on the battery test again? But goodness gracious, Team Vodka has come in here and dropped a $20 gifted subs to you guys in chat. Team Vodka, man, I missed you, dude. I missed hanging out with my guys there in the Discord and the voice chat. Hopefully we'll be able to pick that back up here for the next couple of weeks. Thank you so much for the support, man. I hope you're not too cold up there in Minnesota. From what I gather, it's pretty heavy snow and all kinds of stuff, but you guys are Minnesotans. It's pretty much normal for y'all. I think I saw something on the Weather Channel where they were making a big deal of it, and then you just see like everybody driving in the background like nothing is happening because you guys are used to the amount of snow and the cold up there. But I hope you're well, man. Thank you so much for the support. Appreciate you. Team Vodka going crazy as always. Yes, indeed. We'll go ahead and pause the alert box on this one as well. So we're good to go. Thank you, Team Vodka. Appreciate you. Christy says less than 60 amps going down within 10 seconds. Thank you. So we definitely failed that because it's been more than 10 seconds. So we're going to come back and we're going to retest the electrical page after we charge the batteries. How do you charge the batteries? You put them back to the auto position with the ground power on. So to remind myself that we have to do another battery check, I'm going to drop the little magnetic compass here. That's going to be used as my reminder. I do that in the real airplane as well. Anytime I have a paperwork issue or I need to get an MEL, something sorted out with maintenance, I drop this magnetic compass down to remind me, hey, don't push, you're forgetting something abnormal here. So I'm going to leave that down there. We'll come back and check it. All right, everything else looks good. Fuel pumps will come off. Fire test 1. We got the squibs, we got the lights, we got the messages, and I can't see the fire lights in the console, but basically we're looking for the fire light down here as well in the number 1, and then we'll do the same for number 2. And then we'll go ahead and do number 3. APU fire test, squib discharge, that looks good. Coming up the right-hand side, everything else looks good. Cargo heat isolation, everything is off. We'll just go ahead and put this in the middle of the position here for aft, and data up there on number 3. I don't know why that's VHF3 on data up there, but I guess we'll just leave it for now. That's fine. Overhead panel is checked. Let's come down here to the McDo. Let's go ATSU, and we'll just pull our AOC. We'll do a flight init here real quick. We'll do this. We'll get the initialization done, and then we'll check the main page here. Where am I moving to? I am moving to Southwest Georgia. Believe it or not. You know, Texas is home. I love Texas. Texas will forever be home. You can take the Texan out of Texas, but you'll never take the Texas out of the Texan. So we may be back. Who knows? But we are definitely relocating. There we go. That's us, Las Vegas, Burbank, with an alternate of Vegas coming back there, 49 minutes en route. Beautiful. We'll go init request. We'll pull it here. The flight number was off. I think I've filed it wrong on SimBrief. It's my first experience with the new layout of SimBrief, which I thought was pretty cool. I was just going to take some getting used to, though. So AWE 357, Cactus 357 will be our flight number. I'll put that in there. And what we also need to check here is the data and aircraft status. This is something I frequently go over on stream, like I just kind of skip it, but basically you always want to make sure you have the correct engine type that's on the paperwork. Make sure your nav database is current. Mine is obviously not. You guys didn't see that. Nobody saw that. That's fine. Cost index, we're going to do 15. Short flight. Cruise altitude is 260. We'll throw that in the box there. Beautiful. From now, we'll go ahead and start programming at the flight plan. And before we just do full flight plan, let's come over here and get some weather from the main FENIX app here. So when is the FO's leg? Is the compass down? No, Gustavo. No, it's only when I'm forgetting something. But no. What am I looking for here? My flight. There we go. And we're plus 11. Oh yeah, so we're already late, but that's fine. Las Vegas METAR right now, 020 at 3. Perfect, not bad. 3010 on the meter. So let's come over here. We're going to depart 26 right. That's pretty standard. We'll go 26 right, and according to our flight plan, it's the Raider 2. Raider 2, and it's a short one out to Silver. Very short flight. Insert that, and then we're going to go Creme for the Janny 5. So Creme is already in there. Burbank, we're going to load it up, and we're going to do the... what approach in the Burbank is it? Let me see real quick here. It is going to be that short runway. What is it? 8? Yeah. ILS Zulu runway 8 on the Janny 5 from the Creme transition. We're going to insert that. Super short flight plan. Secondary. This is something that's a gotcha for the sim. I don't know if I can program it here, but basically I would need to program the emergency engine out procedure. And I'm going to do this here real quick. So secondary flight plan. In our aircraft, in the real world, we have these special engine out SIDs in the box. We could just pull them up. I'm going to see if I can just create one the old school way here. 26 right, secondary flight plan. And let me pull up the old method here. Give me a second. While I'm doing this, let's go ahead and actually start boarding with GSX here too. So we get out of here. Let's go ahead and request boarding. They're going to start doing their thing out here. While you guys look at this beautiful thing, I'm going to pull up my real world EFB. So I've got my real world EFB that I'm going to be doing or using tomorrow. I'm going to create a new flight. And I'm going to pull up the special engine out procedures. And I'm going to see if I remember how to build them the old school way, because we used to have to build them. Nowadays, they're in our database. The 4-stack visual. Quick question about your Throttletek. When you calibrated yours, does your throttle lever position work perfectly in the sim? Chomper Studios, what do you mean perfectly? So there's I created the detents to match the hardware. So in the FENIX McDo, when you're calibrating, just make sure that you create a little null zone there within the McDo. And I think I talked about it on my video. I made a video on how to set up your Throttletek. Definitely check that out there. But yeah, the main thing is you want to calibrate it with the FENIX McDo. As long as everything else is calibrated with Windows calibration, it'll work fine. Then you get into FENIX McDo and you do it from there specifically. All right. Wow, we boarded already? 91 to 91? That's weird. Okay. Let's see. Raider 2 RNAV. So you're going to paint your roof with the Texas flag on it? Sam F., the first thing that went up at the new house is a Texas flag, my friend. First thing goes up at the new house in Georgia is a Texas flag. Absolutely. All right, so EO-SID, the emergency engine out for Las Vegas, the old school way here. Let me see if I can remember how to do this. Las Vegas 26 right, basically 2.9 from Las Vegas. So we need to create a PBD LAS We'll call it 3. Oh no, we got to do the Las Vegas and the runway. It's not 100% accurate because it's off the VOR, not the runway, but it gives you situational awareness. Las Vegas 259 at 3. There we go. There's my PBD01. So let's go ahead and pull up our plan mode. I'm going to zoom this in. So basically we have PBD01. That's close enough. After PBD01, we're then going to make a right turn on a heading of 035 out to 13 DME. So now I'm going to create a fix info here. I'm going to go fix info Las Vegas VOR, and I'm going to create a ring or a radius of 13 miles. That is set. And then I can also create another ring of 3 miles, which is going to start looking like hieroglyphics here. Hieroglyphics? That's a word, right? That's what I'm thinking of, at 3 miles. So I got my turn. So now if we look at our ND and we zoom it out here, I can probably put the terrain on. I don't know if it'll pull up. It won't pull up right here, but that's fine. So what we've got here is 2.9, or just before 3 miles. We're going to make a right turn off the off this waypoint here on a heading of 035. We're going to fly heading 035 until reaching 13 miles from the VOR, which is then indicated by this ring here. From this ring here, then we're going to make another right turn 100 and eventually come back around to Las Vegas VOR and hold. So this is how we used to do it. Essentially, now instead of building it manually, we have all of this in our database, and it's very easy to just load it in there. But after we have that, so secondary is set, then I'm also going to put the arrival runway. We're going to come right back around 2, and the longest runway in Vegas is 26 right. Typically not used for landings, but if you have an emergency, you're going to want to land you're going to want to land on the longest runway available. So 26 right, and then we'll put the perf data in there. I know the altimeter was 3010, and the QNH, or the temperature, is 4 degrees. Man, it's cold out here. We'll go 0 for 0 on the wind. And the radar mins, or excuse me, the baro mins, I'm actually going to look it up because we're practicing for tomorrow's real world sim, is 2334 should we need to come back around. So that is set in the secondary. RadNav page, I'm going to hard tune Las Vegas VOR, so I have that up consistently on mine. We got the Las Vegas 110.3 also in there as well on the 259 front course. That looks good. And progress page, I'm going to put KLAS 26 right in here. Perf data, next phase, next phase, next phase. Everything else looks good. Basically, I do perf takeoff fuel. We'll go to the init B page and we'll start plugging away here. And before I do that, I got to turn the alert box back on because we have a massive donation coming in here, and I didn't have the alerts on. Kanopki, I hope I'm saying that right, dropping a massive 50 euro donation, man. Thank you so much for that. Really appreciate that. Good to see you back, everyone. Watching the old streams is always fun, but there's nothing better than seeing you back live at the deck. Shout outs from Berlin, Germany. Kanopki, thank you so much, man. That's very generous of you, very kind of you for a massive 50 euro donation. I'm glad you were able to watch some older content while my hiatus there, but I'm very happy to be bringing you fresh content today, and thank you for the support, my friend. Very generous of you, very kind. Thank you. Thank you so much for that. Alfie Douglas, a 25-month member, a commercial pilot. Thank you for your continued support. Good to see you back, Chief. Hope everything went well with the relocation. It was a wild couple of days, or couple of weeks, I should say, Alfie. But thank you so much, man. Thank you for your continued support. I got to be honest with you guys. Knowing that y'all had my back and the messages, I got several messages in Discord, and then I got several DMs and actually some emails too. So thank you so much for all of the support from every single one of you. You guys are absolutely awesome. You do make a big difference for me and my whole family. It really has grown into like you're part of an extended family, the whole V1 community. So thank you very, very much for that. Appreciate you. All right. We are set up pretty much here. Let's get our weight and balance stuff. What I forgot to do is I'm just going to go ahead and do load aircraft instant, right? Because we basically already using GSX. 91 peeps, so it's a short flight. We got our weights here, so 115.9 and 27.5 is going in the box. 115.9 and 27.9, did I say that right? 115.9 and 27.5. That's going in there. Our block fuel, we've got 12,000 on board. We needed 12, and it's on board in balance, so we'll go ahead and put 12.0 right here. With it balanced, let's get our fuel tank pumps on. Let's get our seatbelt sign on. Let's prime the APU. Oh, and before we start the APU, we need to check our batteries, remember. So let's come up here. Let's do a battery check. Matter of fact, I'm going to turn the APU master switch off so we don't jack this thing up here. Let's go batteries off. And batteries back on. And let's look here. Look at that. Less than 60 amps, 10 seconds decreasing. Beautiful. That is a successful battery test. You can see they're both at 0 amps. So now we'll go ahead and close that. I've got what I need from the test. We're going to go ahead and prime the APU and get that fired up here as well. Flight plan is pretty much done. We're just waiting on perf speeds at this point here, so we're going to leave that box there. I'm going to bring this to the flight plan page.
Wow, learning so much from you, particularly the difference of your official way from my jump in it, flight plan, perf and then go, lol.
Callie Simmer, thank you for the $10 bank angle check, man. I appreciate you. Yeah, so this is, I'm taking a slower approach to things today, trying to go through the steps here one at a time as we would do it in the real airplane. I do a lot of things, I wouldn't say a lot, but I do several things different when we're just going in for the stream. You know, yeah, perf program and push off the gate and go. But there are extra steps that I really try to include on streams like this today. So I'm glad you're enjoying it. Thank you for the support, man. Appreciate you. Al W., all the best. We'll miss you in DFW. Al, I'm going to miss DFW big time, man. I tell you what, man, I just, it's weird. It's very weird to be leaving DFW. It really is. Apparently we have Spirit jet bridges over here. That's interesting. But I'm going to miss you too, Al. For sure. Wrong Side Sim, oh my goodness, is in the house, and he is dropping some serious donos. Wrong Side Sim, I apologize, man. I had my alert box muted because we had a membership dono, and the alert just kept going off and on. Wrong Side Sim has dropped a $20 bank angle check. Shout out to you, my friend. Real question. Oh boy, here we go. If there is a negative trend in a vertical speed or vertical trend in Viz throughout a flight, and ultimately Viz drops to minimums, and dispatch never informs the crew, would you consider that out of compliance with FAR 121.605? Take some monies for the moving cost. Wrong Side Sim, thank you so much, man, for the $20 bank angle check. That's a big one, dude. I appreciate you. To get to your question, if dispatch never informs the crew, would you consider it out of compliance with FAR 121? And that is that reliability? Let me see, 121.601. I know that number. The dispatcher shall provide the pilot and command all available current reports or information on the irregularities of the flight, of navigation facilities that may affect safety of the flight, during the flight. So the FAR says during the flight, aircraft dispatcher shall provide the pilot and command any additional. It says shall. It says is it shall or must? You know, any additional available information of meteorological conditions, including adverse weather phenomena such as clear air, turbulence, thunderstorms, low altitude, wind shear, and irregularities of facilities and service that affect the safety of the flight. You know, I don't know if I would consider it out of compliance because it says shall. I don't know what's the difference between shall and must, you know? Now, I will tell you this, Wrong Side Sim, for all the scenarios that I have encountered in real life, 99% of the time, the dispatchers that I have dealt with have been preemptively sending me messages and saying, hey, look, we might need to get an alternate here, or check this out, I think we're going to need an alternate. Would I consider it out of compliance if they didn't? I don't know, because at some point shouldn't we be check, like if we check, then I could bounce it off the dispatcher. Like if I don't hear anything from my dispatcher and I pull up the latest METAR at the destination and the viz is dropping, I might send them, hey, the viz is dropping, what do you think about this? I don't know. That's a very interesting question. I think you'd have to get into the weeds about what is the definition of shall and or must. Like if it was a mandatory that they had to do it for every single time or every single flight, wouldn't it say must inform the crew? Shall kind of seems like they shall inform the crew if they're aware of it. I don't know, man. That's a great question. I'll tell you this, from a pilot's perspective, though, I'm very thankful when the dispatchers are ahead of it and they inform the crew, and they inform us, they send us a message, especially on a long flight, like say, hey, because we may not even be looking at the weather until a couple out, like 2 hours from the destination, might start pulling in some METARs. If we're on a 4-hour transcon or 5-hour transcon, if it's already trending downhill, I like to know it earlier than later, because then we can monitor and start brainstorming other scenarios. But that's interesting. It seems pretty strict to you, Crow. It does seem pretty strict. I mean, the right to bear arms shall not be infringed. You're absolutely right, Crow. You're absolutely right. So maybe it is a requirement. You put it that way. That's a good point. In my line of Cosmic Doubloon is in the chat. What's up, my friend? He says, in my line of work in defense, we avoid shall like the plague for exactly this reason. You either use must or should. See? Cosmic, what's up, man? Good to see you, dude. It's been a long time. Hopefully we get to chat later today.
Charlie Bravo.
Shall may be indicative of preference. In other words, a dispatcher may or may not alert the crew. See, that's kind of what I thought. Requirements in IT use shall. Man, leave it to Wrong Side Sim to stir the pot here. I don't know Wrong Side Sim. Maybe we'll start a poll here. We'll have to start a poll and see what people say. That's a great question, dude. That's a great question. Gustavo says, every time I spent on Atlanta, I was always in awe how they manage the runways and arrival departure cadence in Atlanta. Yeah, in an ATL, dude, they don't mess around. I think it was like, I'm going to put this over to 22.8. I think Atlanta actually has the most passenger movement. Has the most passenger movement in the world. I think I saw something recently on that. All right, APU bleed is coming on. That's coming on. We're going here. We're going to hit the Magic Barrel ref key. 3009, we're going to go constraint mode. Constraint mode trade is on my side. Let's look at our speeds here, and then we're going to get out of here. Luminif says that, ladies and gentlemen, the flight will be delayed as the captain and FO are debating the meaning of shall. That's funny, dude. We are now. We really are. I'm honestly stumped. Shall inform the crew. That's a great question. Okay, we're not going to force Toga today because, unfortunately, I have to remember tomorrow to not go to Toga. I actually have to go to Flex, so we're not going to force Toga today. We're going to plan for a PAX on, anti-ice off. We'll sync the live weather, and let's go ahead and calculate. We got to get off the gate here at some point. 20, 30, 30, flap 2, flex 64. Ew. 120. 130, 134. I have short-term memory loss today. What's going on? 120, 130, 130. Where did I get 134 at? Maybe up 0.4. All right, 120, 130, 130. Flap 2, I think I saw, with a flex of 64. Ugh. That's going to be so lame. Flap 2, flex 64. Engine out, thrust reduction, 30-50. Let's double check that here with my chart. Viewers shall smash the like button. Hold on. I'm going to have to make a poll here. Wrong side says, V, when I agree, it's almost subjective based off may affect safety of flight. New dispatch didn't consider viz at mins as something that may affect safety, but below mins he did. Man, that's interesting, dude. I am stumped. I am stumped. Is the word shall... I'm gonna make a poll here. Does the word shall imply mandatory? Does that make sense? Does the word shall imply mandatory? I don't even know if I can English. Shall is more used in context if and only if for imperative voice. So dispatcher shall inform is like if and only if dispatch has the info, it will inform. Gustavo, that's kind of what I'm thinking. And wrong side, that's kind of what I was thinking as well. When I read that far saying shall, it's more like if the dispatcher does get the information and he has the time to do it, he should inform the crew.
Biggest traffic, Cactus 754, pushing back from gate Delta 43.
Takeoff shall be juicy. The word shall implies mandatory, whatever the wife says it. Yes, that is very true, Romulus. Look at those wings on you. Looking good, man. Good to see you, dude. All right, we're getting all off topic here. Let me get back to this. Let me get back to what we're doing. Freaking wrong side coming in here. Just stir on the pot, man. Good to see you. Hope all is well, my friend. I gotta not fail a loft tomorrow. All right. We have Navigraph. Probably not synced, right? Because I haven't done it in 3 weeks, so this might take a minute. Oh, no, it's already there. Cool. Import from SimBrief. Beautiful. Las Vegas. Let's get our departure chart out, and we're on the Radiator 2 RNAV. Start that sucker. Top altitude is flight level 190. I wanted to get off at 50, I think, so we're all right. Flight level 190 is set for top altitude. Let's go ahead and go ground charts 10-9 airport info for taxi. Let's do an actual brief here. I know we want to keep talking about the word shall. I'm going to try to remember how to do a proper departure briefing. So we got 190 set. We're going to check our squawk code of 2000. That is set. We have our speeds, every altitudes, everything else is set. Are you ready for a brief? I'm ready for a brief. Okay, so here we go. We are in November 106 Uniform Sierra A320. There are no MELs or CDLs affecting the performance of today's flight. We plan on, let's do a 2-engine taxi out, relatively short taxi. We need the 5-minute warm-up time, so we're going to push off the D gates here. Planning on 26 right via Charlie. No hot spots to cross on our taxi out. Once we get to 26 right, we're planning on going off the Radiator 2 departure. Interrupting my brief. We're going to plan the Radiator 2 departure up to flight level 190. Emergencies prior to V1, it'll be my decision to reject. Prior to V1, I'll bring the aircraft to a complete stop, set the parking brake, call flight attendant stations, analyze the situation, call for any ECAM actions, or the emergency evacuation checklist as required. You'll do your thing. First officer has a spiel he can go over. If it happens after V1, we'll treat it as an in-flight emergency. There is a single engine procedure for today. Basically 2.9 miles. If we pop one after V1, we're going to continue straight out 2.9 miles, a right turn heading 035, and we're going to speed up, clean up, all the way out to 13 miles, then a right turn heading 100. Now, there are several stipulations for this engine failure after V1. The first stipulation is below 4,000 feet. If we're below 4,000 feet, that's the most complicated one, which we just went over. Climb at V2 via runway heading 2.9 from Las Vegas, right turn 035. At 3,200 feet, level off, accelerate to green dot, continue climb. Let's verify that we are 3,200 feet here for engine out. Engine out acceleration, I'm going to change that right here, 3,200. Engine out is 3,200 feet, set. That's why we do this. Reaching 5,900 feet, continue climb, request radar vectors, or resume ONAV as deemed as appropriate. Second stipulation, at or above 4,000 feet and before the cells intersection, we're going to continue on the SID. At cells, we'll climb and hold on the inbound track, left turns, request radar vectors, or resume ONAV. At or after cells on the departure, we're basically just going to fly the SID. Then we'll communicate with air traffic control, and we'll figure out what we're going to do. We'll probably be underweight because we got a light load today going over to Las Vegas. Threats for today's flight, I haven't flown in 3 weeks. I don't have a real first officer with me, and we're flying a CFM-equipped airplane. So those are our threats for today. That's your brief. We also have to be cautious of terrain. Just a quick reminder, should we get a Jip Whiz alert, Remember, it's what are your memory items? I'm trying to remember. Basically, autopilot off, Toga, full aft stick, wings level, check speed brakes, retract, and climb until we're out of the alert. All right. So that's good. After departure, we're going to do some stalls just real quick, and then we'll continue with our route of flight. All right. That is set for that. You guys have been briefed. I have been briefed. Let's go ahead and see what this message is. AOC, received messages. Man, I feel so rusty. We'll accept that. 91 plus 3, that's fine. We added 3 people. We're supposed to be out of here at 50. There's 10 prior. That's good. Let's go ahead and prepare for pushback and departure. And let's do it. All right, departure clearances request. I want to start engines before pushback. No. We need an IE Phoenix now. Exactly. Or I'm going to end the poll with 144 votes. The answer is yes. So wrong side, if you're still here, I'm inclined to agree with the chat that shall is implying a mandatory direction. Or yeah. But man, my head hurts after that conversation. Shared cockpit video when? Crow, as soon as I can get someone to fly with me. No one wants to fly with me anymore. Threats, semantic cockpit distractions, exactly. Threats for today's flight? Me. It's like Gandalf said, you cannot pass, but when the Balrog try to pass, he says, you shall not pass. Ooh, yeah, yeah. Very good, very good. All right. I'm sure you could get a whole chat full of volunteers. True. True. I'm sure you guys would love to fly with me, right? That would be fun. We're going to do it at some point. You know, we're going to do it at some point. Why do I have a status message still? What's going on with that? Cat 2. What is up with that? Why does it say Cat 2 on there? Why do we have a Cat 2 status message? No failures. Speaking of failures, let's do this. Hold on. Before we do that, we need to go nose right, tail left. All right, let's go back to the FENIX app here. All right, that's going away, that's going away, that's going away. All right, tiller cam is on. My brakes are now released. FENIX cannot auto land on center line, so no Cat 3. That's good. That's good, man. Wrong side says the other side of it is may affect safety of flight. That's where the subjectivity is. And I'll be your FO. I can hang for sure. Wrong side. We got to do one, man. We definitely got to do one.
A reminder, Captain, from the last time we were in Las Vegas. Since we have no ATC online, you shall not declare an emergency on Unicom.
I got to switch back to Unicom. C2A, that's a great point, my friend. I shall not declare an emergency as I'm a Unicom. Indeed, indeed. Indeed, man. That's funny. I forgot all about that. I forgot the beacon light too, didn't I? I didn't even do a before start checklist. Oh my goodness. All right. Before start checklist. Windows, doors, and slides. Come on, guys. Didn't even do a before start checklist. Close and arm. Beacon on. Thrust levers idle. Parking brake is off. Before start checklist is complete. I don't know why we're Cat 2 limited. We're going to have to see if this goes away after start. We're going to have to call maintenance. May affect the safety of flight. That is definitely subjective there as well, wrong side. So if the dispatcher deems that it does not affect the safety of flight, then they don't have to comply, right? That's how I would interpret that. It's up to the dispatcher's determination if whatever they've noticed, the visibility dropping, if it affects the safety of the flight. You know, if visibility going below minimums isn't a safety issue, it's more of a logistical issue. I guess you could argue that, right? Like you could argue that that's a logistical issue. It's not a safety issue. The crew is trained to divert. We can go to a different place. There's nothing wrong with the airplane. Who knows? Brakes are set. Who's that with a 28-month there? Chris? Levin, or Levine, Chris Levin, Levine. I'm just going to say Christopher because I don't want to screw that up any more than I've already been doing for 28 months. Thank you so much for the continued support. Do pilots always have to do sim flights after being away for vacation? How long can you be away and still be current? Just no, they don't have to do it after being away from vacation. Depending on the type of airline that you, whatever, every airline is different. A lot of airlines have AQP. The old traditional way was every 6 months. Now it's every quarter. It really depends on the airline itself, but it's not when you go away from vacation. The only time you'd have to come back and do recurrent landings or anything like that is if you dequal for what's called recency. If you don't get your landings in, what is it, like three takeoffs and landings within 90 days. So if, let's say, you go on a 3-month leave, then you would be required to go back for a recency sim. But anything inside of 3 months, no, it's only when your airline has your scheduled training program that you go back in, either quarterly or every 6 months, depends on the airline. All right. Left is clear, right is clear. Let's go ahead and start engines, right? Let's go ahead and start engines. Jeez. Engine mode, switch to ignition start. Starting one, enjoy the startup. Look at the snow on the mountains out there. I forgot it's snowing out here. Here we go. Wrong says I got my FSprojects side stick the other day. It's awesome. Nice. HOTAS base is stiff and hard to get used to. Yeah, wrong side sim for sure.
Aircraft that is on taxiway Bravo. Do you want me to wait for you? I'm at the Charlie 3 intersection. Do you want me to wait for you, or do you want me to go in front of you?
You can go in front of me.
I'm going to turn it down.
Alrighty.
Wrong side. Awesome, man. Do you have it mounted properly? So you want it mounted like 90 degrees. Your elbow should be about 90 degrees. And you want to keep your arm braced like right here. Like you can't see it, but I have like my chair arm brace right there. So you don't want to just be free floating your arm on the stick because it's very, I wouldn't say difficult to manipulate, but it's very hard to get it right. And in the real airplane, that's why that armrest is so manipulatable. That's probably not a word, but I'm going to use it anyway. It has all those different adjustments because they want everyone to be able to get the proper rest on their arm, because that helps you move the stick much more efficiently. And once you have your arm braced and your stick is at the proper height, it only, you could really manipulate it with just a few fingers. So make sure you, if you haven't already, check out the video I did on mounting that FS project side stick, and that'll make sure you got it in the right spot. But it does take some getting used to. Here we go, turning 2. No, it is a word. Manipulable. That's the one. I gotta stop. I missed you guys. This is too much fun. I feel like we should be letting crews know if Viz is at min since it is at that threshold, but he doesn't. Guess he and I agree to disagree. Yeah, that's a very interesting one, wrong side. That's a good one to agree to disagree on, I guess, because I could see the argument on both sides. I really can. A spiritual wang sighting. Yes, Tyson. Look at that spiritual wangs going out there. Man, we should do a V-Spirit tonight. Is there a FNO or some Friday? Or I don't even know. You're probably not allowed to just join FNOs, right? I think you have to like sign up ahead of time. I kind of want to do a stream later tonight because I don't have any family here. I'm just alone. So after this stream, I got to get lunch and maybe do something else. Fly with Rookie. What's up, man? Good to see you, dude. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Be sure to add me to your long list of FOs to fly with. Oh, for sure, Fly with Rookie. Absolutely, man. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat, dude. Very kind of you, man. Very, very kind of you. That's going there. That's going there. We're going to go flaps 2. Yeah, Fly with Rookie. I remember watching you doing the around the world tour in that 7.3 sim you got, man. Awesome stuff. I would love to set up some type of shared cockpit streaming. I think it'd be a lot of fun to do. I think it'd be a lot of fun. All by myself. All right, that's good. That's good. APU's coming off. We're set up top. To mitigate a threat, let's do our after start checklist and all of our other stuff here at the gate, right? So after start checklist, NIS is off, yellow electric pump is off, rudder trim is 0. After start checklist is complete. Let's do a flight control check right here, shall we? And before that, let's do a mini brief. FO does the mini brief. I forget how to do it. So he does the mini brief. What is the mini brief? It's like mini brief. We're going off 26 right on the radar 2 departure, gross weight 127.8. Flaps config 2, fuel on board is 11.8. Speeds 120, 130. Initial altitude is flight level 190. Standard transition. First fix is RNAV to Rudy. Mini briefs complete. Flight controls. Wow, how about that mini
Las
brief?
Vegas traffic,
Full up.
Cactus 754, taking off to
Full
the
down.
right via the right
Neutral.
departure.
Full left. Full right. Neutral. Rudder. Full left. Full right. Neutral. Auto brakes max. Takeoff config checked. Radar PWS is going to auto. TCAS on. TARA is set. And what was our trim? 0.4? 0.4 something. It's either up or down. 0.4 up. Let's go ahead and do a little cheat setting here. 0.4 up. Beautiful. All right. Let's taxi out of here. After all these discussions, we're still on time. 11:50. Good night. All right. We are going to taxi 26 right via Charlie. Las Vegas traffic. Cactus 357. And taxi 26 right via Charlie, Vegas. Where's that? There's another Cactus taking off. Oh, there he is over there. Cool. All right. Taxi light is on. Brakes released. Let's go. How do we get out of here? We got to go around the tug situation. Not going to cut through the pad. We shall taxi. Oh, gosh. Foggy Canadian, welcome to Private Pilot, my friend. Glad to have you on board, dude. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the mayhem that is the V1 community. Look at this catless, this cat, cactus taking off. That just reminded me. I don't know what I said there. I tried to say cactus, but when the U.S. Airways and American first merged, when U.S. Airways and America West first merged, it was very, very brutal. They hated it, right? So, or no, excuse me, I got it backwards. When U.S. Airways and American, no, I had it right the first time. U.S. Airways and the America West merged. The U.S. Air guys hated the call sign Cactus because they had to switch to the call sign Cactus. So I remember like being in Charlotte, which is was a huge U.S. Airways hub, and you would hear guys taxiing around all the time like, cat piss 357 or cat piss 195, because they were so salty that they had to say Cactus instead of U.S. Air back in the day. All right, we're going to take Charlie, which is right out here. Cat piss 8501, yeah. There was unhappy times, my friends. Forgot the brake check. Pressure 0. Here we go.
Las Vegas traffic.
Just an innocent question. If you have a runway incursion like the JFK one with Delta and American, would you have continued the flight like the AA guys did? Gustavo, on that particular one, I think you do, honestly, because I've been in a similar situation. Now, it was nowhere near as close to that one, but basically we were told, hey, I was told from tower, when you guys get to your destination, give the tower a call at this number. And we flew to the destination. I don't see why you would cancel the American flight on that one. But I can see why the Delta guys went back to the gate. I think after you have a close call like that, I believe that the American crew didn't realize how close the Delta 73 got to them. So for that reason, I think they just kind of treated it as like, oh man, we screwed up. We'll call when we get there. Had they have known how close that other airplane got, maybe it would have been different. But I can see exactly why the Delta guys went back and said, hey, we're not taking off tonight. It's just too close. Like that, get someone else to fly this tonight. You know, that's a safety of flight issue. Are you physically fit to continue? And the Delta guys clearly weren't. But for the American crew, yeah, I firmly believe they didn't realize how close and how bad they really messed up. So, I mean, you're a 777 going to Heathrow. There's nothing wrong with the airplane. Yeah, you got a pilot deviation. But at the end of the day, even though it hit national media and all this stuff, at the end of the day, it's a pilot deviation and a runway incursion. Nobody was hurt. No metal was bent. So from the airline side of things, if you're fit to fly, you're fit to fly. Why cancel that flight? I mean, it's just kind of the way I see it. Michael, welcome to Private Pilot, my friend. Glad to have you on board. Did I pause? I'm gonna unpause the alert box here. Oh, the alert box is paused because we're in tiller cam. There we go. All right. We're good. How long is is training for a 320 type rating? It depends, man. Some airlines, they have like 12 sims. Some airlines have 4 sims. It just depends. All right, looking at the TCAS, I don't see anybody there. Final looks clear. Everything looks clear on the right-hand side, so let's go ahead and line up and wait. Vegas traffic, Cactus 357, gonna line up and wait, 26 right, Vegas. We're flying Vegas to Burbank. I can see Fly Live is not working, right? Interesting. Fly Live is not working, is it? So we'll go ahead and just, we'll kill Fly Live today. All right, as we line up and wait, we get the top bar on. And then I'm going to extend these bad boys to the off position. No need for likes, we're flexing anyways, I know. If you haven't smashed that like button though, please do, as we get ready to do our very rare flex takeoff here on the V1 channel. Very, very rare scenario. I do see what you mean about the graphics, like some flickering out there. I wonder if that's a scenery thing. Everything else looks pretty darn good though. All right, let me pull up my SID. Cactus 357, RNAV to Rudy, runway 26 right, clear for takeoff. RNAV Rudy, 26 right, clear for takeoff. Cactus 357. Here we go. Flexes, we don't have any flexes. Nose forward on the stick, and we're just going to do it from the cockpit view. We're going full realism today. Spool them up 50. Here we go. Man flex, SRS, runway auto thrust blue. Wow, that's lame. Thrust set. 100 knots, check. V1. Rotate. Positive rate. You're up. Navin. We got to get some juice here. Oh, yeah, there's some juice. Fly with. If we can't do a flex, we'll do a fly with. All right, let's go ahead and lower that nose. There's our positive trend. Thrust, climb, climb, nav, auto thrust. There's F speed. Let's go flaps 1. Now you can see the cockpit a little bit, that eye adaptation taking place. Sim is looking especially juicy. I agree, Richland. It looks good with the snowy mountains in the background for sure, Steve. All right, let's go ahead and start the left turn here. Trying to, oh, I don't know why I have LDEV on. I gotta turn that off. There's S speed. Let's do it from the exterior juice view here. Flap 0. After takeoff checklist. Eagle 1. Have a safe flight. Thank you so much, man, for the $5 super chat. I intend to. Thank you so much, man, for that donut. Appreciate you. Whoa. Nice little wind shift there. We're at or above 4. We kind of violated that 230 a little bit, but it is what it is. I'll tell you what we're going to do here. As soon as we level out, I'm going to put the autopilot on, and we're going to do a set of stalls, and then we'll continue on to normalness. All right, we're going to go autopilot 1, and I'm going to maintain 8,000. I screwed it up. Let's go ahead and speed out star 8,000. Whoa. I think this is the weather everybody was talking about. All right, 8,000 is set. I'm going to put us on a heading here real quick. Cactus 357, flight heading 150 for stall series. All right, speed out star heading. Let's get rid of that. Let's just take a minute to appreciate the snowy mountains in the background, though, right? Turn it down. Good night, that looks awesome. That looks pretty cool in the background. Typical on-the-hour Microsoft Flight Simulator weather refresh. Really, that's a thing, huh? On the hour? Well, thank you for letting me know. All right, let's go ahead and execute a stall. So I'm actually going to pull up my little refresher course here. All right. Aircraft systems are designed to prevent a stall. However, it is possible for a stall to occur in any phase of flight, especially if an alternate or direct law, right? So as Airbus pilots, we're taught that even though we have all these systems to prevent a stall, a good trained pilot understands that a stall can happen at any phase of flight in any flight control law. Approach to stalls and recovery. We have an audible call out, stall, I have control. Take over push button, we want to press and hold that. That's going to be the little red button here on the left-hand side. I'm going to walk through the recovery technique, and then we're just going to execute it. So basically, as soon as any stall indication, which could be an oral warning, a stall buffet, or is recognized, apply the immediate actions. Nose down, pitch control, apply. This reduces the angle of attack. In case of lack of pitch down authority, reducing thrust may be necessary. So I think we had this situation a while ago on one of my streams, but if for some reason you're trying to recover from a stall and you can't get the nose down, what's another way? If you have no pitch authority, we've got to bring the thrust back, right? So I'm going to bring us all the way back around here to about 080 on the heading so we don't fly too far away. Bank, wings level. When out of the stall, thrust increase smoothly as needed. Speed brakes, check, retract, flight path, recover smoothly. If you're in a clean configuration and below flight level 200, it is procedure to select flap 1. All right? So we're going to do that to help us with the stall. So let's just say we'll let the airplane come here to about 080. We're going to let it roll out. And let's just say we're flying along and bring thrust levers to idle. Autopilot's coming off. And we're just sitting here, la-di-da. I'm actually going to turn the flight directors off. I'm trying to remember how we do this. I have the flight path vector on. So we're sitting here talking about Microsoft weather, wind shifts, and if the word shall is mandatory or not. I do have terrain on ND for some, but above 8,000 right here, it's not picking up anything. I don't know why. So we're talking about shall and shall not and all this good stuff. And I forgot to turn the autopilot off because it's my last leg of the trip, and I'm trying to get used to hand flying. And out of nowhere, just sitting here playing cribbage. Sitting here like this. And so right now I could recover from right here because I've got that pitch, that nose down pitch, but I'm going to just take it further. I want to take it in all the way into it. Instead of alerts coming off like, oh my gosh, stall, I have control. Lower the nose. Wings level. Wait for that speed to come out of VLS. Now we're going to start pitching up. Watch the G's. Flaps 1. Speed checks. And now we'll go ahead and recover here at 8,000. All right, so that wasn't too bad. We got one stall out of the way. Yeah, I was getting pretty close to that hill there. So let's go ahead and we're going to select, I'm going to slow back down. We're going to do a flap 2 stall here. No FMA change there. I saw that, Gustavo. We're going to go ahead and do flaps 2. I'm going to come up here. We're going to do this. We're going to do this. Oops.
You shall no longer use flex takeoffs. Man, flex is too misogynistic, as said by some hambies taking up the starboard side of row 21. Don't forget we need to know the flight procedures later.
C2A, I got you, man. I got you, dude. We're going to do it after this. Fart procedures after this stall. So we're going to do a departure stall here, 10 degrees, nose up, in a turn. We're in alternate law now. We're just chilling. Stall, I have control. Take over push button, lower the nose. Look at that, we're already out of VLS, so let's go ahead and start working it back up. And we'll go ahead and recover. Go around track. So we'll go ahead and clear that. We're going to rebuild our automation here. I'm actually going to turn the flight directors off. We'll go flaps 1. And there we go. We're back on it. All right. We're not going to do a... Actually, should we do... Nah, we're not going to do a full configured stall. We're going to continue on. So let's go ahead and rebuild everything here. Let's get our ADIRs back online. That's coming back. We're going back into normal law. That's coming back. We're going to rebuild. We're going to go flight director 1, flight director 2. I'm going to set flight level 190, open climb. I'm going to come back here. We're going to go direct to VTU, insert. Oh, wow. That cleared out our flight plan because it... Interesting. Let's go ahead and get into climb. Let's get auto thrust back on. Let's finish building the airplane back up here. All right, thrust climb, open climb, nav. We'll go autopilot 1. What's interesting is it put us in a good, like, very interesting. Our flight plan got wiped. Okay, that's fine. Let's go ahead and rebuild. So we're going to go, I should have saved it in the secondary. What we're going to do here, we're going to go Burbank, arrival, approach via... No, we're going to do this. We're going to there. I'm going to select Fern. I'll select Janny, Creme, insert, direct to Creme, insert, and we're back on it. And flaps 0 out of 10,000 feet. Let's clean up the lights. Terrain on ND is off. All right, after the stalls, baby, clearing the smells from the cabin. We're going to do it right now. Appreciate the time you take, create great streams. Keep up the good work. Now I shall continue to watch the stream. Oh, boy. Thank you, Smooth Up. It's good to see you, man. Thank you for the continued support. Why are we climbing out at green dot here? Let's go ahead and go perf. Why are we still in go around? Let's do this. Flight level 260. 260. There we go. Now we're speeding up. There we go. Back in climb mode. Going back to Creme. Climbing to 260. Accelerating 295. Everything is cleaned up. Pressurization. That's a bug from FENIX. There we go. We're getting back on track. All right. FENIX being FENIX. Only if TOLA's 3D model doesn't look it. Like making French baguettes. I know. We need to get in the TOLA's. the thing is, though, to launch X-Plane, I tried this when I first got to the office. It's requiring me to update my graphics driver, which I didn't really want to do because everything is working so good. So I'm going to have to update my drivers to get back in the toll list, because the toll list does have a little bit cleaner abnormal situation, especially with stalls and stuff there. Like our FMA didn't change on that first one. A couple other things were a little bit out of sequence there. I'm not sure if it would clear your flight plan like that from where we were. I'd have to, I don't know. I don't know what that was all about. Because we went into go around mode and it basically cleared our whole flight to the approach. Interesting. Neither here nor there, because you could always rebuild it, but that was just kind of an interesting observing. So, all right, so let's talk about the important stuff here. Let's say you're going here in National Chili Day and Mr. Seat 2A over here passes a nice flatulent in the cockpit. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and close the we're going to go into the override configuration and blow our extract flange. And basically what's going to happen is that door is going to open up and you'll hear it. You can see the outlet valve is open. So with the outlet valve open, what's happening is the airflow going across that is going to suck any air that's in the avionics bay basically out of the cockpit. It's used for smoke removal. So if you had avionics smoke, this is what you would do to remove smoke from the avionics bay, because you're kind of creating that Venturi effect with air going over that flap outside, and it's pulling all that air out of there. So if you pass a nice long flatulent here in the cockpit from Chili Day, you could unofficially do this temporarily to remove some smells here from the cockpit. All right, and once it was recovered, we'd obviously go ahead and go back into normal configuration, and you'll see the outlet there now closes and we're back into normal mode. So that is the flatulent removal procedure. You didn't hear it here. You never heard it from me, but that's what I was shown a long time ago. Gustavo, that's what I thought, right? It would only sequence once you're on the approach mode. So since we were on departure, I don't know, I'm not quite sure what was up with that, but it might just be a FENIX thing. I'm going to come over here and also double check my settings for the airframe, because the airplane was doing I don't want all this stuff. DDRMI, that's fine. I don't want auto TCAS. I don't want LDEV. We don't need brake fans. We don't need ice detection. That's fine. Everything else looks good. All right, cool. All right, we're climbing back out. Let's enjoy this short flight over to Burbank. Let me see if I can get Fly Live working again for y'all. Nav and go around? Yeah. It should have. I have to double check Chaos, because it's been so long since I've done it. I'll know more tomorrow after I actually do it in the sim. But it should have, that first go around I did, that first stall in the clean configuration and normal law, when I went to Toga, we should have got some command bars. We didn't get anything in the FMA. If I'm not mistaken, we should have gotten something. Now it did do it when we were in alternate law. It put us nav go around mode, but it really sequenced the flight. It sequenced the flight plan all the way to the approach. So I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what's a simism and what is something that I'm messing up. All right, there we go. We got Fly Line back on you. Good to see you back streaming. Hope the move went smoothly. I know it can be a pain in the butt. Yeah, it sure can, Blueface. It sure can. It still kind of is, but we're getting through it. We're getting through it. All right, everything is good. We're climbing up to 260. Short flight. We're going to start reviewing. We'll start reviewing some of our Burbank procedures once we get up the top of climb here. Thug Duck, welcome to Private Pilot, man. Welcome back. Glad to have you on board. Have I ever heard of some friend that was ripping some solid ones that required the air purge? I have. What are the difference between the 320 and the 320 Neo? There's quite a few differences, Danielle. There's quite a few differences. They're the same airplane, but they're also very different. Very different as in little things, like different engines, different limitations, slightly different overhead, a couple other little things like that. Do you ever see a Boeing go to the level of automation of Airbus? Probably not, Max. I don't know. We'll see, though. I mean, automation is the future, right? Unfortunately, depending on how you look at it. So we'll see what happens. Do I use paper checklist or ECAM for emergencies? Always follow the ECAM first, And then when the ECAM is complete, you go to your company manuals. And for us, that's all electronic on the EFB. Some airlines carry a QRC, a quick reference card, or a QRH, quick reference handbook, for some of those immediate action emergencies. But depending on the abnormal that you have, the Airbus way of things is, let's do the ECAM first. The ECAM is going to keep you alive, and then once you've completed the ECAM, then you can go into your procedures, because there might be some additional steps. Well, depending on the build date, you can have a very different fuel system with center pumps versus the jet pumps. That's also true. Very true. Tim Hamilton says, V1, my aviation journey has officially started. Road to 1,500 hours starts now. Tim Hamilton, that's awesome, dude. Glad to hear it, man. That is it's a fun journey, man. Enjoy it. Enjoy it. Matt K, I'm scrolling back in the chat here. He says, Captain, I just got my PPL about an hour ago. Just wanted to say thanks for the great content and keep up the great work. Matt K, if you're still here, man, I appreciate your support. That is very exciting, man. Congratulations on getting your PPL. That's a day to remember, man. That is a day to remember. I still remember the very day I got my PPL. I remember how I felt. I remember I ate a Cliff Bar right after I left the debriefing room. It was a chocolate chip Cliff Bar. But that's awesome, man. Congratulations and welcome to the brotherhood that is aviation. Okay. So now that we're at cruise, this is a short flight. Let's suck it back into our real world sim preparation tomorrow. I mean, I'm feeling really rusty and rough around the edges right now. So let's go ahead and let's do the best we can to reel it back in. So that seatbelt sign is coming off for a brief time here. And I'm going to pull up the Burbank charts. I'm going to look at my real charts, and then I'm also going to pull up the Burbank stuff for you guys here so you can kind of follow along with me in our JEPs. We'll go to Navigraph. Let's go to the arrival. Bob Hope, Burbank. We'll pull out the 10.9, which is the basically the 10.9 page, and we'll pull out the arrival, which we are on the January 5. We'll star that one as well. And then we will pull out the approaches. And let me look here. So, company procedures. I'm looking at mine. Mountainous terrain, special qualification, airport. We're going to read all of that. ILS Zulu runway 8 is the preferred approach. So we're going to do ILS Zulu runway 8. Now let's make sure we selected that one here. Next phase, let's go flight plan. What did we select? ILS Zulu runway 8. Perfect. So we'll go perf. Next phase. It's 0.72265. Let's go ahead and get some weather data in there too while we load up. When do you get speed before you call out, before you stall? Jeremy, that's a great question when that triggers. I was anticipating that, but we did not get it, and I'm not sure why. Chaos, maybe you can, Chaos or Gustavo maybe has the answer to that one. That is initially what I was listening for, Jeremy, was the speed. I don't know if it's because maybe it was a sound thing with the FENIX. Maybe we had some other sounds playing, like the altitude alert. In real life, we should have got that speed call out at some point there below VLS. I'd be lying to you if I told you why we didn't get it, because I'm drawing a blank right now. Okay, wow, we've got some weather in Burbank. This is going to be fun. 120 at 1.4. So we're going to land on 8 anyway, even though we would land 1.5 in real life. We're going to land on 8 for sim purposes, so it's going to be even more spicy. We're going to land on 8 with a nice crosswind, 2 miles light snow, mist. Wow. Let's see, 2.9 or 9 or 8 in the box. So let's do 2.9 or 0.9 or 8. And the temperature is 8. And 120 at 1.4 is the winds without the gusts. 120 at 1.4. We're going to do a flat full, config full. The Zulu ILS 8 approach minimums are 1075. That's going in here. 1075 is set. All right. 1075 is set. VAP is 130. Cool. we're looking good there. All right. Cactus 357, descend and maintain, flight level 220. I'm going to start our descent early because I want to brief you guys here, and it's going to take a minute to do the briefing because I want to go over my real-world briefing. So I'm going to be reading from my company manuals about this airport, and then I'm going to be I'll just pull up the 10.9 page so you can kind of follow along. All right, so here's Burbank. Short runway. We got to comply with our landing on runways with less than 6,000 feet of available distance. We're going to be landing with a nice crosswind, about 14 knots, contaminated runway. So this is a mountainous terrain airport. It's a special qual airport as well, which hopefully we're all qualified on that. We're going to go terrain on ND for me. With weather radar will be on the first officer page. Turbulence. The Santa Ana winds can result in moderate or greater turbulence from the surface through 12,000 feet. All areas are noise sensitive. Expect high volume of GA traffic. Be particularly alert for VFR traffic in the vicinity of Van Nuys and the Whiteman airports. Hang glider activity 6 nautical miles north of the airport at 6,000 feet. Probably not happening today. High occurrence of TCAS events. This is in all red. So be alert. TCAS, what's our TCAS memory items? TCAS, I have control, autopilot, flight directors off, comply with the TCAS RA, ATC notify. Okay, maneuvering constraints. This is a big one here, not really applied in sim world, but in real life, this is definitely a big deal. Gates and taxiways are very close to the runways, as you can tell here from this chart. This is pretty much all the gates area, all the gate area right here. Depending on the airplane that you bring in here, your tail can be sticking on an active runway, so you've got to make sure you clear the runway. There's also these two hot spots here. There's a hold short line here and a hold short, the hold short lines. We'll go over with the hot spots here in a second, but it's for different active runways. So it's very tight, very congested. It's very easy to put the airplane in a bad spot. Do not allow any portion of the aircraft to extend beyond the yellow non-movement area boundary outlying the official edge of the runways. Aircraft must remain beyond the boundary to prevent other aircraft having to go around. For taxiway restrictions, refer to the Jeppesen 10.9 airport info page. Jet blast hazard. When making 180 turns on runways, execute turn in direction that preclude directing jet blast toward parking areas. So you don't want to blast those little Chieftains and the Cessnas and stuff out there on the GA ramps, because I've been there. Let's see. All Airbus 321 operations are, we'll go skip all that. It's some company stuff there. We're going to skip that. Runway hold short lines and ramp area may be well prior to runways. For detailed airport information, refer to the airport briefing page in our company manuals. ROIP is available. Contact OCC. We got all that. So that's on that page. Continued. For arrivals. FOM landing on runways with 6,000 feet of usable runway procedures must be followed. This applies for runway 8 and runway 15. With the LDA, it is less than 6,000 feet. On final approach, crews should actively monitor the ND wind display for comparison with the reported wind of the briefing. So that we're checking our winds, because the winds are so variable and so whippy down here. You can get a tailwind when you're not supposed to have a tailwind. You really got to monitor your limitations. Remember our 10 knot tailwind limitation for landing, so we got to monitor that. Let's see, what else do we got here? Due to the many constraints and hazards associated with non-charted visual approaches, do not accept a standard visual approach clearance. Runway 26 is aligned too closely to terrain for a safe visual approach. All arrivals be configured with flaps 3 geared down and managed speed by the final approach fix. So we know our 2,000 above, 180 knots, flaps 2 stable. That's going out the window on today's approach. We got to be at least flaps 3 geared down and stable by the final approach fix, which for us is Buddy on the slope of intercept altitude is 2753, so almost about 2,800 feet there. We should be fully configured. And I shouldn't say fully. We should be configured at flaps 3 gear down with only 1 notch of flaps to go. This is the big one. Runway touchdown within 1,500 feet of the threshold or displaced threshold is required. If not on the ground within 1,500 feet, a mandatory go-around must be executed. So for reference, I'm going to pull it up here. And we're starting to get bumped around. Let's go ahead and get the seatbelt sign on. It's going to be a little bit spicy coming in here today. Basically, this Charlie 8 taxiway is a good reference line. Okay, so you have to be on the ground basically at Charlie 8. If you're flying past Charlie 8, you're going around, and I'm going to try my best. There is no, there is no smooth, butters on this one. It is get this puppy down. As a briefing, I'll say, hey, once the runway is assured, I'm probably going to dip below to 3 reds. You might see 3 reds, you might see 4 reds, just briefly there as we cross the threshold. Don't be alerted by that. I won't do it. I'm not going to fly an unstable approach, but just, if you see me dip below the glide slope a little bit, that's what I'm planning on doing. We're going to probably bring it in on 3 reds, just so we can get her down in time. Runway 8, ILS Zulu 8 is preferred. Glide slope and PAPI are not coincident, so the PAPI and the glide slope do not match up. ILS glide slope intercept from above is common, so make sure we have that in the back of our hand, in the back of our mind if we have to capture from above. Localizer is unusable within 0.9 nautical miles to the threshold. EMAS is installed at the end. That's for Southwest. East of Buddy, aircraft and Van Nuys patterns may be less than 600 feet below the Burbank runway 8 glide slope. That means there could be a lot of VFR traffic right below you. The only authorized visual approach are 1533 or the RNAV visual approaches. You must select them from the
Congrats
box.
on the move.
Oh boy.
Hope you find some great fishing holes in the area. You might have to pull out the fly rod.
Oh boy. Mr. Scott with a $50 bank angle check. My friend, thank you so much for that. I appreciate that massive dono. Thank you so much, man. Yes, I might have to pull out the fly rod. Indeed. I've already kind of thought about it. We're not too far from a large fishing lake that I need to learn more about. But I look forward to the challenge. Ironically, my boat is still here in Texas for another month, so I'm going to do some fishing this weekend. But I do need to get the fishing set up out there in Georgia as well. Thank you so much, Scott, for the continued support, man. You're absolutely awesome. Thank you, sir. All right, radio bleed over expected from Van Nuys Tower. Doesn't apply to simisms, but okay. So we got all that. Airport data continued. So we've actually got 3 pages of company manuals here. Arrivals tend to be held high. Plan to adjust accordingly. Aircraft may not taxi beyond ramp spot Sierra 2 unless ATC suspends runway 1533 operations. That's what this hotspot is here. Sierra 2 is over here somewhere. Where's the reference? We can look at the reference chart here. Parking gates and cords. Hotspot. Here we go. This is one I want to look at. Where's Sierra 2? Sierra 2, so right here. So depending on if you're parking over here, this is the most hazardous place to park. So we're going to park over here just to practice. I think Southwest is over here, but we're gonna come over here for practicing. I think I have this Bob Hope Airport as well.
When you have a chance, can you explain how and why to choose whether the ZILS or YILS approach? Simbrief just says runway 8. I never know which to choose.
Kelly Simmer, thank you for the $5 bank angle check, man. Of course, yeah, I'll go over it. On this airport specifically, Kelly Simmer, on our charts, it tells us the preferred approach is the Zulu. And I think it has to do with, let me look it up. So the Zulu approach has a lower minima than the ILS Yankee to runway 8. I'm trying to find out why that is. Someone in the chat probably has an answer. I think it has to do with the go-around. Does that have to do with the go-around? I think it has to do with the go-around procedure. Maybe not. Or it might have to do with other traffic in the area, like depending on what the airport is doing. But for this airport specifically, Callie Simmer, it is in our charts that, hey, the preferred approach you want to get is the ILS Zulu runway 8. And it does have a lower minimum than the ILS Yankee. I'm sure someone in the chat has a proper answer for you. If I have some time, we'll circle back to that, and I'll try to dig into that a little bit further. But we got to get through the rest of this brief here. Spot Sierra 2 located between gates Bravo 3 and Bravo 4 is not charted. And that's what I was talking about. So to go past Sierra 2 here, if this runway is in use, which it is, Tower actually has to stop departures or arrivals so you can taxi past this spot. Very hazardous here. Exercise extreme caution when taxiing to gates on the B concourse, B3, B2, or B1. Aircraft may need to swing right toward runway 1533 to line up correctly on the Bravo 2 Juliet line. So I remember one time parking over here. You have to literally swing onto the runway to park on Bravo 2. And the too long didn't read there by Steven is absolutely perfect. Small airport with lots of small planes flying around surrounded by high terrain, wire, 3-wire, or bolt, or nothing else. Yeah, the thing I'd add in there is a small airport with lots of small planes, not meant for big planes that were flying in there. That's basically the too long didn't read version. No taxi lane, center line until spot Sierra 2. I remember there's a taxi line that's painted on the ground here, and if you follow it, you'll actually clip tails with airplanes over here. There's a Velo. I remember one time a Velo was over here, the 7.3 guys, and I remember I was coming down this taxi lane, and you have to get off the center line, because if you stay on the center line, you'll actually clip the parked airplanes over here. It's ridiculous. Due to the short inbound taxi, engine cool down may occur at the gate. Do not release parking brake until both engines are shut down and aircraft is fully chocked. Reference the AOM, blah, blah, blah. So, yeah, that's another one. The cool down time, because we're going to be using full reverse on this, full flaps, full reverse. We're going to make sure we got a proper cool down time before shutting the engines down. Because if you come in here, zip, zip, especially if you park on the A side, boop, turn off. You're going to sit there with your engines running until you get the cool down time to shut down. So, that's our very long-winded brief for this approach. Let me go back to my star charts here, make it a little bit easier. ILS Zulu runway 8. We have our minimums in the box of 1075, right? Let's put them in. 1075 is set. Let's get our LS push buttons on both sides. LS push buttons are on, and we're just trickling down to 190. Let's just do this. Let's just go open descent down to flight level 190. Looking good. Let's pull up the star. Janny 5. Let's see where we are here. Any speeds? Everything looks good here. Everything looks good. All right. Expect the RNP Yankee runway 8. Our radar vectors to final approach course. Cool. All right. They're setting down to flight level 190. We're at 270 knots-ish. That's fine. Let's run a landing performance. See where we're at. ILS Zulu is used for aircraft capable of a go-around with a 340 feet per nautical minute climb out. If not, ILS Yankee shall be used. Thank you, Gustavo. I thought it had something to do with that. So, Cali Simmer, Gustavo's got the official answer for you. On this particular airport, the ILS 8 Yankee is used for airplanes that do not have the performance to comply with the climb gradient of climb out. 340 feet per nautical mile is not feet per minute. There's a way to calculate it. You have to look at your ground speed and all that. But if you can't comply with 340 feet per nautical mile, then you do the ILS Yankee, because your minimums are higher, so you don't have to climb out as steep, because if you don't see the runway, you're already at a higher altitude, right? If you're on the ILS Zulu, you're going to be at a lower altitude if you determine that you need to go around, and if you can't comply, you're going to need to comply with a steeper climb gradient on the go around if you're at a lower altitude. So that is why on this particular airport, it's set up that way. So I'm going to just do RCAM of medium. I don't know if it'll work. We're going to see here. ILS 8, RCAM medium, apply METAR, 8C, light snow. Our current landing weight is 123.8. Ooh, and I have a fancy app on my iPad if I have time. It's like a real world this thing here. It's a real world landing calculator that we use now for our EFBs, and I want to see if it does it. Flaps full, manual brakes. Oh wow! So with the RCAM 3, we're actually over it. Let's try RCAM of good. There we go. So we need a minimum RCAM of 4 of good to medium to land here. We can do it. Flaps full, manual brakes, full reverse. We've got a factor distance of 5,400 feet. So it's a spicy. We got 10 knot crosswind, 11 knot headwind. That's about what I'm going to get in the sim. In fact, in the sim tomorrow, if I get this scenario with Burbank, I think they throw a 15 knot crosswind on you as well. So either way, this is going to be good practice. We got a message here. Let's come in here and receive messages. Guys, I do appreciate y'all hanging with me here. I know I'm not being super interactive right now because I'm trying to get a lot of stuff done. This stream is not only for you, like I said, but I'm really trying to get my mind back in the proper mindset of doing things. So I'm going through my real world manuals and talking to you guys at the same time. Low energy warning. Oh, here we go. Chaos has the answer to, is it the speed thing? Low energy warning is available in config 2 and 3. 2, 3, and full between 100 and 2,000 feet RA. Aha. So, Chaos, is that the speed, low energy warning you're referring to? Thank you for that information, man. So we need to be at a lower altitude, and we need to be in config 2 or greater, it looks like, in order to trigger that speed. Where's the button for the drogue chute? No drogue chutes on this one. No drogue chutes on this one. Okay, now for fun purposes, guys, I'm going to load up my actual landing manager here. I'm going to select just a regular 320. I'm going to select this one. We'll just do that. A flight number, I'm going to make it up. From Vegas to Burbank. This is pretty cool. So I'm using our real world landing calculator, which is this, very similar to this. We have to put in a little bit more information, but otherwise pretty good. We also have to comply with the star here. So let's get a descend and maintain, or descend via the star down to 6,000 feet. 6,000 feet is set, and we're basically, are we there now? We are there. We're in the descent now. Yeah, we're already past it. So we go. Thrust idle, descent nav, descend down to 6,000. 6,000 is set, 14,000 magenta as we start down. Let me put you on a juicy wing view here as I run the real world landing numbers for this airplane. All right, so for landing, Burbank, runway 8, winds. Ah, shoot, I need to get the actual winds from the METAR. Let's do it from here. I want to compare these two. Are you excited about KSP2? It's out now, early access on stream. What's that? All right, Burbank, 120 at 1.4, 120 at 1.4. We have a spot for Gus, 2.3. Done. Okay. Outside air temperature is 8. Done. QNH is 2.9 or 9 or 8. Done. Runway condition, I don't know, let's just say good to medium. Anti-ice. Ooh, we got to run engine on, right? Let's do engine on. Our landing weight, I'm going to run the same one that I ran here. What was it, 123.6? Landing CG, we'll call greater than 27%. Config full. Air conditioning on. Approach type normal. Gradient. We'll do standard. Done. Pac-Man the man. Let's go barrel ref key here. 290901 is set as we go through 18,000 feet. Gifting 10 subs. Pac-Man, thank you so much, man, for gifting 10 additional memberships to the channel. If you guys pick up a gifted sub from Mr. Pac-Man, make sure you shout him out. Let him know you're appreciative of that. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. Thank you very much, Pac-Man. Very kind of you. All right, brake mode, we're going to do medium brakes, reverse yes. We're going to add 5 knots to our V-pilot. That's going to do standard. Close that. And compute. All right, so I'm going to compute my real-world landing data app. As we're getting ready to go into some scenarios up here, let's get our engine anti-ice on. Let's go back to this thing here. All right, so I want to add this. So I did good to medium. I needed to go anti-ice on. Does it have a spot for me? I can't turn the anti-ice on, can I? So for my real world application, geez, I have a margin of 579 feet. The landing distance is 45.41. Landing distance remaining, oh no, the factored landing distance, excuse me, is 52.22 with a 579 foot margin. Our actual landing distance is 4,500 feet, 15 knot crosswind, 11 knots headwind. Interesting. That's on a, is this an 8, this is a 232 Airbus? Let's see. Aircraft status. Oh, it's, yeah, 200. So it's pretty close. It's within a couple hundred feet. It's definitely within a couple hundred feet. Yeah, 47.67, and my application, guys, shows 45.41. So it's really, my real world app is only off by about 200 feet. I can't apply anti-ice on here. And I think I might have a slightly different weight variant because I'm running this off an IAE model. That's right, Gustavo. So it's a little bit different, I would imagine. The 232 is for IAE, so we don't have that option on here. But with those little discrepancies, we're still only off by 200 feet. And I say off, I mean, the difference is 200 feet. That's pretty crazy. That's pretty crazy because the 1.15 landing distance remaining, 54.82, mine shows 52.22. So that's pretty darn accurate, guys. That's pretty cool. That is some pretty cool stuff there, no doubt. That is some pretty cool stuff. Yeah, 214 versus 232. There we go. So there could be a slightly, you know, that could very well make up the difference. I was on a flight from MCO to DFW. The PT was going at the gate, but it kept going until holding at the runway and the same time after landing. Like we landed and didn't stop. Yeah, that's weird, plane dude. I'm not exactly sure what's going on there. Maybe they had some hydraulic deferral or something like that. Some issue there. What are your thoughts on FAA and cardiac health rules? Have you looked into that at all? No comment because I get banned from YouTube, but it's pretty easy to find out what that's all about. Pretty easy to figure out what that's all about. Yeah, they changed the heart requirements or cardiac requirements for medicals in the United States. I don't know if is that, I think it's just here in the United States, right? Yeah. There's a very clear answer to that, my friend. Fortunately, I'm not at liberty to discuss that on such platform. Okay. I'm going to select speed here because sometimes ATC is going to keep us fast. And I know the sim instructors, they like to keep you high and fast and on your toes. Cactus 357, proceed direct to Elmer. Direct to Elmer, Cactus 357. We're going to go Elmer, boom. Direct to Elmer, 270 knots. Cactus 357, descend and maintain 7,000 feet. Descend and maintain 7,000, Cactus 357, direct to Elmer. Direct to Elmer, down to 7,000 feet. I'm going to go ahead and dial back 250 here. I know I just sped us up. That was bad technique on my part. Thrust idle, open, descent, 7 blue. Here we go. Look at that snow. Is Fly Live even working? It's giving me issues again, isn't it? Yeah. I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to, we'll kill Fly Live for the remainder of the flight. I think it has to do with when I bring up the controls cam, like the captain cam. We'll kill Fly Live, and we'll get the flight recorder up, though, because we have to analyze this landing. It's not going to be pretty. I know the Phoenix likes to do a little bit of floaty, not too bad, but it does like to do some floaties. Uh-oh, Burbank is on LA Tower, LA Center. Man, that looks crazy. 8 sim flight, yeah, man. I can't risk my entire career on you know, all pilots, you know, our career, every pilot's career revolves around being able to hold a medical. So I take it, I don't, without getting political and anything like that, I am a firm believer in you know, pure choice and your choice and what goes in your body, especially when the health of your body directly impacts your career and your family's livelihood. So that's all I'm going to say about that, but there's obviously some implications. As you've seen, the rules have been changed. So okay, here we go through 10,000 feet. Let's go ahead and select activate and confirm. We're 250. We're going to go ahead and pop you on. We're going to pop you on. We're going to go ahead and let the flight attendants know we're below 10,000. Flight attendants prepare for landing. Doing my stuff here. Ooh, auto brakes, medium. Flaps full. We're looking good. Let's juice up the sounds here. Fly Live was sucked out doing the fart evacuation. I don't know why I'm not getting any terrain here. I should be getting some terrain already. We don't have peaks mode on the FENIX. So on the FENIX, we're missing the peaks mode. If you were familiar with the fly-by-wire or the TOLUS, they actually have peaks mode, if I'm not mistaken, on enabled there. It actually gives you the altitudes and stuff. But we'll get a little bit lower. The terrain will start working. This looks particularly nasty today. Typical Burbank approach. Thug Duck, I know 2 people personally. All right, 8,000 for 7, direct to Elmer. This is going to be choppy, so we've obviously would be making an announcement. It looks like Silex 37 Buddies at 2753 in the sim world. Oh, I think I did turn off notifications. Did I miss something else? Oh my gosh. Let me turn them back on. Get the alerts. Did I miss something? Guys, I really apologize. Let me go back here. Callie Simmer. Callie Simmer. Dude, I'm so sorry, man. I mean, well, half the time I got to mute him because you're so generous, my friend. Callie Simmer, I'm sorry, dude. Bank angle check. He bank angle checked us for $5 again. As long as we don't overshoot the runway, bust through the fence, and stop by the gas station like Southwest did in real life, we're good. I would say I'll consider that a win, Callie Simmer. I consider that a win if we can avoid that today. Thank you so much, man, for another $5 bank angle check. I re-engaged the alert box, so I do apologize for missing that one, man. But it's a bank angle check. I love it. I never get tired of the bank angle check, man. Like that video of that 7.3 and that crew, like bank angle. Yeah, bank angle check. Never gets old. Anti-ice is on. We've got our engine anti-ice is on. Into the rain, here we go. All right, I'm going to bring up the Throttletek cam here. All right, time to focus now. We're going to spin it down. After Elmer, we'll descend to 6. They're going to put us on a heading. We'll probably get a clearance. So in the sim and in real life, right around here, depending on traffic, they'll just give you a heading, like pretty much intercept the loc. And you got to be Johnny on the spot with getting on speed. Remember, we got to be at VAP, config 3, 129 and 124. Winds are gusty. I'm gonna hold VAP at 129 right now. This is a very real world thought process here. Is I want to add speed to my VAP, right? But I'm also landing on a runway less than 6,000 feet available landing distance, and it's contaminated. So I have to juggle and kind of bounce between what is more safe, right? Is it more safe to add a few knots to V approach with my landing distance, or is the landing distance more of a factor, and should I just hold my VAP and be anticipating some speed changes there? So I'm kind of juggling between my thought process. Instead of just adding 5, let's just add 3. Let's give ourselves 131 knots. We'll give ourselves an extra 3 knots, so we're basically VAP or VLS plus 8 now. Our factored landing distance gave us an additional 500 feet after that, so we're still within limits. Let's go ahead and descend to 6,000. Cactus 357, descend and maintain 6,000. Fly heading 190. 190, descend to 6,000, Cactus 357. They probably get some sort of clearance like that. We're going to extend the line off of Buddy, 259 inbound, insert, and let's go ahead and select heading. We're looking good. Descending down to 6,000 feet. This is in TARA. We'll put you in below mode there. Burbank traffic, Cactus 357. We're 6.5, descending to 6,000 feet, about 15 miles to the south, to the north of Burbank, setting up for the ILS Zulu runway 8 Burbank. Turn up that sim a little bit. I did hear some guys going in here, so we got to be mindful of them as well. Speed alt star, we're 6,000. Oh boy. Contact me on 3555. Rip. Hopefully they don't change our approach. I should have. It's on me. I should not have done this flight on that sim.
Good morning, American 722. My car clearance Reno. PDC, if possible.
I should not have done this one on that sim. We'll see what happens. LA Center, good afternoon. Cactus 357. We're 6,000 feet. Information: Yankee landing at Burbank, requesting the ILS Zulu runway 8.
Cactus 357, Los Angeles Center, Squawk 5121. I can.
Squawk 5121. Ident. Cactus 357.
Cactus 357, you passed Wabbit yet?
We were on a self-vectored heading there, 19. We're on a heading of 190, and we've got the approach. That we don't have any more of the star.
Cactus 357, radar contact. You're cleared. Did you want the ILS or the RNM?
We're requesting the ILS Zulu runway 8, please.
Alright, Cactus 357, expect ILS Zulu runway 8.
Gotcha.
Good morning, Ben. Continental 201, clearance Vegas. Clearance Reno.
I'm going to slow to 210 here. Alexandra Bellini, thank you so much for the continued support. Hello, my friend. Hope your family is all set. Congrats on the new home. Thank you, sir. Wish all the best for your son. Have fun and enjoy sleepless nights. Kawadi Money salute right back at you, man. Indeed. Thank you so much, Mr. Bellini. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
LA Center, good morning. Southwest Air 27 with you. Out of 16.5 on the G85 arrival.
Via FENIX -10. Let's go flaps 1. Key 6, what's up, my friend? Do people thank you after a real life fight? Yeah, sometimes. The nice people do.
That's 1027, Los Angeles Center, Squawk 4725.
4725.
So we're on a heading. So I'm gonna just fly. I'm gonna with radar contact. So we're gonna let him tell us what to do here.
1773, Los Angeles Center.
I can tell you right now we are going to be high unless he's planning on vectoring us past and then back around.
So 1027, the squawk code is 4725. 4725.
I hope he's not expecting us to do a Silex procedure turn here.
Yeah, it's fucking 4725.
Tax 357. 3 miles from Silex, turn left, heading 110. Maintain 3000 till established, cleared ILS Zulu runway.
110 on a heading 3 till established code ILS Zulu runway at approach, Cactus 357. All right, autopilot 1+2, speed brakes out. We got to get down. 3000 is set. I'm going to maintain 210 to help us get down. Loke Star, so we've already captured it. Glide slope blue, Cat 3 dual, autopilot 1+2. Recording is on now.
5 miles.
Disregard here. What I thought he was going to have us do a Silex PT or whatnot, but we're good here. So everything is good. We've joined the Loke down to 3,000 feet. Speed brake is out. Recording is on.
1773.
Remember, we also have to get our flaps out here.
Descend Zuma 3 arrival, LA altimeter 3001.
Alright, descend via Suma 3 arrival.
I'm going to go 180 on the speed now.
Cactus,
Matter of fact, let's go this.
Cactus 357, wind 11015, gust 21, runway 8, clear to land.
Runway 8, clear to land, Cactus 357.
Okay, center will be back in a second.
All right, we're clear to land. We're going gear down, manage speed, right? Because we got to get at least flaps 3 out here. We still got the speed brake out. Via FENIX -10, flaps 2 is coming in. This is how they do it in the sim, too. This is actually good practice. So we're looking good now. We're on the slope. Via FENIX -10, flaps 3. Speed brake is stowed. We'll arm it. Actually, it was already armed. Now it's armed again. And flaps full. So we did way better than in the sim. Normally they bring it right over the top. You got to capture from above. All right, so we are config full, approaching our VAP speed before the final approach fix. So we're inside of our criteria.
What's that center? Good morning, American 502 at Vegas, IFR to Reno, Red Copy.
There we go. Ground spoilers are armed. All right. We are looking good. We're on speed now, fully configured, 3,400 feet. If we have to go around, missed approach altitude for the initial
back to the ILS runway
is up to 4,600.
2,500.
Expect ILS runway 6 left at LAX and we have information queue.
So 4,600 will be our initial. I'm going to go ahead and select 4,600 feet here in the window.
Contact 1 miles east of the Palmdale.
We are clear to land.
VOR, descent January 5 arrival.
Weather radar is on,
And,
just not really
Burbank
working. It's over on the
altimeter,
FO side.
Palmdale's
There we go.
not reporting
This ought to be spicy.
Alright, we'll continue on the January 5 arrival.
Look at those winds, 36 knots. Oh my goodness.
27, expect RNAV, Yankee runway, gate
Jeez.
approach. RNAV Yankee, runway gate approach, southwest 1027.
Falcon 722, red taxi 26 right with uniform.
All right, buddy. Coming up on buddy, 2,500 feet. Check. Landing checklist. Cabin crew advised. Auto thrust. Speed. Auto brakes are medium. ECAM memo. Landing all green. Landing checklist is complete. There's the marker. Let's do this.
American 722, runway 26 right, taxi via Bravo.
Good
And,
Bravo, we're on the roll.
Pick up uniform.
722.
American 722, did you pick up uniform?
We announced uniform on request. We're taxiing.
Thanks.
6.7 on the fuel. We're looking good. We'll let the airplane fly this one until we actually see something here.
Los Angeles Center, clear to Vancouver.
Oh yeah.
Anyway,
Thank you,
the,
Gustavo.
Vectors
For sim purposes, I'm turning Flight Director 2 off
29 palms in his file.
for flight sim
Increase
purposes.
7,000, expect 17,005 departure with me squawk 7657.
I do have the landing lights on. I guess we got a minute to look outside. Oh man, what kind of weather is this? This is some spice. I love it. Wind shear time. Yeah, no kidding. Look at that. Wind's already shearing off. Doing all kinds of funky stuff.
Accept the squawk code is 7657.
The ground speed mini is working. We're up to 140 now. Don't mind me. Let me put some chapstick on.
Correct.
Bill, recording is on. Good to go.
Palm Springs altimeter 3012.
1,000.
1,000 feet, stable, clear to land. Check.
Flight level 350, 23 miles from Sierra, X-ray Charlie turn.
Gosh, I really hope we see something here.
490 Los Angeles Center, squawk 2705 in the ident.
2705 in the box and ident, Eastern 490.
Continental 201 taxi uniform.
Look at that ground speed mini working.
201, 26 right, taxi via Bravo. 26 right via Bravo, Continental 201.
$500.
Flight 5, Foxtrot,
100
Victor, descend, pilot suppression 15,000.
Approach lights
Palmdale, but they're not
continue.
reporting. Daggett
Holy
altimeter, 29
crap.
Hangar 8.
And go down to 100 feet above. So we can go down to 827. Oh my
And then
word.
Flight 5, Foxtrot, Victor. Actually, Victorville.
Runway.
More
Autopilot's
inline
off.
Your, crossing. Victorville reporting altimeter 29
I'm going to dip below. Landing.
100.
Flight slow.
Check.
40. 30.
Come on, baby. Get down.
Retard.
Get down.
5.
490 radar contact 10 miles west
Spoilers.
of the Santa Catalina.
Reverse
New York,
green.
level 350.
Decel.
490 in flight level 350, and I have 1,000 pounds of cone of copy for you, sir.
70 knots.
Cactus
Manual
357,
brakes.
welcome to Burbank.
Jesus.
Continue across runway 15, make a right into the gate. Thanks for flying.
All right, right into the gate. Thanks for the ATC, Cactus 357. Wow. All right, we're stowed. Start the chrono. So we're going to just go, we'll pick anything over here to turn right into.
Station 54, Charlie at EMA, descend maintain 15,000, the Palomar altimeter 3006.
15,000.
Ah, stupid brake bug. Come on. Come on. We'll take Alpha 3 here. I know we briefed going to the other side, but I think there's already guys on that gate, on those gates. Oh, man. Whew. We'll do an after lands.
You, my friend, are a steely-eyed missile man. Log rate landing.
Kelly Simmer, thank you so much, man, for another $5 super chat. Exactly. You, Apollo 13, you're a steely-eyed missile man. Jeez. I tell you what, Kelly Simmer, that was incredibly spicy and very realistic. I mean, to like some low approaches, like right at minimums, 100 below. Let's go ahead and we'll shut her down here on schedule, and then we will. So we got to wait for our cooldown period here. After landing checklist, so that's up, that's up. We can go here, standby on that. We're waiting for the cooldown.
Air 47, you can push to start at your own discretion.
While we're waiting, let's go ahead and get the APU fired up. Get the wing light off. We'll stop the
1027
recording.
radar contact call.
I need a drink after that too, Callie Simmer. So, whew, let's analyze briefly here while we wait for the APU to spool up. At minimums, if you see the approach light system or any part of the approach lights, but not the runway, you declare continue. When you say continue, that means you have some references in sight, but you still cannot land, but you can now descend below minimums to 100 feet above the touchdown zone. The touchdown zone elevation for this runway was 727 feet, so that we could go down to 827. At about 850 to 900 feet, I actually saw the runway. So at that point, we could continue to land. I did leave the flight director on because we're on ILS. We could take it all the way down, so that was fine. That worked out good. We had a nice little float there, but I think we were still down. We were within the touchdown zone, definitely within the touchdown zone. We'll have to see exactly where we touch down. Hopefully it's right there at that taxiway. That's right about the limit where you can go past. But that one was spicy. That one was spicy. Okay, there's our 3 minutes. The APU is available. I'm going to start the chrono one more time. Let's go ahead and pull down number 2. With number 2 coming down. Oh, shoot. Forgot to do that. Don't forget that tomorrow. Engine number 1, anti-ice off, and we'll pull down number 1. I forgot the ERP. I know I forgot the ERP, man. Go ahead. Love that. I wonder if I can do a deboarding here in the rain.
This parking is too small for your aircraft. The boarding requested.
I'm gonna have to deboard in the rain, which sucks. All right, 5% N1, which is right about now. We'll go ahead and get the beacon light off. Beacon light can come off. Let's get the APU bleed on here. We'll simulate it's been 3 minutes since we fired it up. So we'll reset the chrono, terrain can come off, and that's it. We are down. FO's gonna come up here. He's gonna do a shutdown flow, gonna get his fuel tank pumps off. We'll go ahead and go external power on, relieve the electrics. Everything else looks good on the overhead. Reset the chrono over here. Pull up the UI times. And are we chalked? Let's go ahead and chalk ourselves. We'll dismiss that. Let's go ahead and chalk ourselves. Well, we're not going to chalk ourselves, right? Because we're going to see that landing. Although, I got an idea. Why don't we save it? We could save the replay and watch it after we go back to Vegas. Burbank landing at Mins. We're going to save that replay. We are chalked, so with us being chalked, we can release the parking brake, let the brakes cool down. And we have a message here, is probably a block in. New AOC, received messages, arrival. And cool, 1901Z, beautiful. That's that, folks. Welcome to Burbank in the rain. Chalk yourself sounds like an insult. All right, so we can deplane here in real time. What do you want to do? You want to deplane here in real time and turn around and go back to Vegas? And we'll watch the replays after we get to Vegas? Or should we break the immersion and do replay? Who's doing the walk around in this happy weather? That would be the FO. Moment of silence for the ground crew. I mean, this is the cool part about GSX. GSX is coming. It's coming a long way, you know, and it's when you do stuff like this, I could see where people really enjoy it because I mean, this is pretty cool. I mean, this adds to the immersion, no doubt. No doubt. So they're unloading the bags. Are they going to open the doors after the bus gets here, like proper, or are they going to? We'll see what happens. This is a pretty cool. Let's do a real turn around, watch later. Yeah, we'll replay later. I saved the replay, so I can save it. Open one left. Okay, so let's see. Open that one. Let's see if they open it on their own here. We gotta open one left. $5 for Vegas. Phil Norbeck. All right, man. Money speaks. We're going right back to Vegas. Let's do it. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat, my friend. Appreciate you. Very kind of you. Door one left is now opening, and we are deplaning in real time. So we're going to do a real-world turnaround here. What is the time? The time is 1:07. We need to try to be off. We're a little bit late. Let's say about 1:45 is our turn time. So I need to do a couple of things. Let's come up here. Let's turn the dome light on. Let's go ahead and kill the APU. We'll go ahead and turn that. Consider heavy rain. For the heavy rain, we'll actually close. I'm going to pull this out. So the parking checklist, I haven't done this in quite some time since my last heavy rain. There is a heavy rain procedure. I think we closed both of them. Let me double check. But during heavy rain operations, you want to close those valves out there because you don't want to be sucking in water to the avionics compartment. So let me just double check. Heavy rain. Ground ops and heavy rain. After landing, the extract push button to override. This closes avionics vent system, preventing rainwater from entering. Packs 1 and 2 check on, which they are, but they're off right now. This adds air from the conditioned ventilation air after takeoff, extract auto. Cool. So we don't have packs on right now, but we're going to close that extract valve so we can prevent any water from being sucked in to the avionics compartment down below. So awesome. Passenger deplaning. I'm going to take a quick lab break myself, and then we'll refile, and then we'll just get right back at it, shall we? I should put some tunes on here for our turn. Let me pull up some music here. Oh my goodness, we have got a lot of stuff coming in here. Aviation Blase with a $10 super chat. Aviation Blaze. I'm sorry, I remembered. Sorry I called you Blase. Aviation Blaze. Thank you, man, for the $10 super chat. He also says $10 for Vegas as well. So, hey, we got $15 going to Vegas. We are doing it. Absolutely. We're going right back to Vegas. Aviation Blaze, thank you so much for that. Appreciate you, sir. Really appreciate that. Alexandra Bellini has also dropped a massive $100, or it's a, what is that? That is the Brazilian real, I think. 100 of them. Either way, thank you so much for a massive dono, Alexander Bellini. I appreciate you. Some gift for the new home and the wife with the bank angle check. Appreciate you, Alexander Bellini. Very generous of you, very kind of you. I'm very humbled to have your support and all y'all's support here for me on the channel. So thank you so much for that. Very kind of you. I'm going to use the lav here. We'll get a little, let's get some turn music on here. I got to log into my sound thing here. And we're going to just do a quick turn right back to Vegas. So let me do this. I don't remember what my login was. Give me a second. There we go. All right. What? Doesn't have anything saved? Great. Hold on. Technical difficulties here. There we go. There we go. Okay, I'm going to get you guys some turn music on. Let's pick something over here. What's this? We'll turn it down. I'll let you guys watch the deboarding process here. I'm going to hit the lav. We'll be right back for leg 2 going into Las Vegas. Quick turnaround here. We're going to try to be off the ground by 1:45. I'll throw the lab brake up on the screen here. And we will be right back. $100 monies. The Brazilian, yeah. Question on the cooldown: is it shut off number 2, wait 3 minutes, and cut number 1, wait 3 minutes, or can both be cut together? They can both be cut close together. Most obvious. A little specific to VAL. So it will depend on your operator, but you know, we do number 2, seatbelt sign number 1. But as long as the engines have cooled down, and it's after the timer is going to start after you clear the runway, essentially, for the cool down period. So once you hit the time, you're good to shut them both down at the same. You can shut them both down at the same time if you want. It would just depend on how your operator has you do it. So we are at Burbank, Charles Lehman. We're at Burbank right now. I'm going to refile us, and I'm going to take a lab break, and we're going to be right back on our way to Las Vegas for leg 2. We're going to try to load up some type of failure in the box as well. Typically on the second leg of the loft, you get some kind of random E-cam. I think last year I got something about a cargo door, like a cargo door open. What do you do after the cargo door opens, after you take off, something like that. So I'll be right back. We'll talk about that further here in just a few minutes, guys. Thank you. All right, what are we doing here? What do we got here? Nobody. Crew stand on board for the turn. Deboarding completed. Awesome. All right. Let me go ahead and turn the music down a tad. Let me refile us here. Get rid of my lab break icon. So real life. I don't think I've ever done a... Let's go ahead and recycle the database. I guess it can't do that here, but everything looks good here. That looks good. And now let me refile us. So we're going to refile for Burbank to Las Vegas. New flight. We'll do the same flight number. Departure time, 1950Z. No, what time is it right now? I like how, oh, there it is, 19, yeah, we'll do 1950Z, that's fine. Refiled, that looks good. Slap 2 Meisen, Rounders 2, awesome. Generate flight. So does the APU stay on for turnaround or over to ground power? Mostly over to ground power. That's most normal. Unless you're on go home day and you're super short on time, you might just keep the APU running. Most of the time, I'd say 90%. Unless there's some other MEL, you're going to shut that APU off if you got ground power. All right, so that's filed. Now let's file it with a network. That's in pre-file. We're continuing on as Cactus 357. 31,000 feet, that's a little aggressive. Let's do 27,000. Alternate of Ontario, that works for me. File flight plan, that has been filed. Cool, that's done. Let's go ahead and pause that. Let's get back to work, shall we? So let me restart GSX. Reload sim brief. Ding. Sim brief okay. Awesome. Let's go ahead and request catering service first. Get them coming over here. We've got, I don't see how many people that was. And let's come over here to the FENIX tab. My flight. Let's come over here. Las Vegas, Burbank. Import next flight. Burbank to Vegas, that's us. Here we go. IV1, I have my first lesson on Sunday. Any tips? Cole Solenberger, that's awesome, man. No, just relax. Your first lesson, man. Your first lesson is just going to be familiarization and just getting you used to being in an airplane. That's very exciting, though, man. Very exciting stuff. Enjoy it, because you only have your first lesson one time. You know, you only have your first lesson once. So enjoy it. Enjoy the moment. It should be. It's going to be very memorable. I remember my first 3 lessons. They were both very, very memorable. Let me do this here real quick. Yeah, my first 3 lessons. The first lesson I ever did, the airplane on startup caught fire. The second lesson I ever did, we encountered like severe wind and it was extremely windy and I still wanted to go. The flight instructor didn't want it. Said, "Are you sure you want to go?" And it's like, yeah, I still want to go. We still extremely windy. It's like crazy turbulence. Third flight I ever did, we lost all radio communication. So I remember my very first 3 flights. I was 13 years old in a 150. I remember all 3 of them, but enjoy it, man. Now, can I redo another init here? I'm trying to see. There we go. Cactus 357, Burbank, Vegas, Ontario, 38 minutes. Awesome. Let's come over here. We'll do this. This flight will take it a little bit more chill because there's not going to be anything crazy. We'll scroll through the failures, see if we can get any good failures to pop off here. That won't be too bad, but something easy here. Wonder if Cole is related to no, was it Sully Solenberger? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Are you related, Cole? It's just the aviation gods encouraging you not to be a pilot. Well, he had a very successful career. What's your take on the AB Initio programs? Hey, man, I never was a part of one, but shoot, the more experience you can get, the more the merrier, man. All right, there we go. Cactus 357. Let's put that in here. 357 again. That's set. We're going to do cost index of 1.5. Cruise flight level 270 is set. Flight plan uplink. Burbank, Meissen, Las Vegas. Cool. Let's do I tell you what, since we're doing a turnaround, let's come up here. Let's do a quick align. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. We're doing a quick realign. Company message. Let's come back over here. Getting all your bad luck out of the way early. All right, received messages. Here comes a load sheet. We'll accept that. And did our catering ever show up? I don't think so. Maybe we're not getting cater here. That's fine. Let's do this. Let's go GSX, and let's go ahead and request the boarding process. And I'm going to go to ground services, or mass imbalance, I should say. And we're going to do load aircraft instantly. We got 120 people loading up today, so I have a feeling that's going to be, we're going to do a flap street Toga probably out of here. 120 are coming on board, 3,600 pounds of cargo, fuel 11.8 in tanks. Awesome, we'll take care of all that. That looks good. Let's continue plugging away with the box. Let's go ahead and do our flight plan from that sim. Dimitri, it's been a long time, my friend. Good to see you, dude. Finally, my work schedule worked out for a stream. Hope all is well with you and the fam. Dimitri, it has been, it's not just you, my friend. I haven't been live in probably 3 weeks, so I'm glad you could make it on board this one. We're firing up leg 2 here. We had a very spicy approach to absolute minimums coming into Burbank. We're headed back to Vegas now as I prepare for my sim eval tomorrow. Just kind of doing this as a refresher, but good to see you, man. You got to get flow from parallel 42, much better menu experience. What does that mean? I'm not sure. I'm not familiar with that, Charles. Time to watch an Airbus fly a pilot. Oh, wow. All right, slap 2 Meissen. We're going to go Burbank, departure 1.5, probably most common here, especially with the winds. We're on the slap 2 Meissen transition. Insert that. Going into Vegas, we're on the Reindeers 2, Las Vegas, arrival. I want to land ILS 1 left. Let me see here. Approaches. Yes, I want to do the ILS 1 left because I want to do a glide slope from above. ILS 1 left on the Reindeers. Or Rounders? I forget. I always get yelled at. Meissen transition. Insert that. Manual, rave, that looks good. Slap, everything looks good. All the way down to Reindeers. Cool. Secondary, init. Now, this is going to be interesting here. Let's do K Burbank to Burbank. But we have other options available, right? We obviously have LA not too far away, which would probably be much more suitable for us unless we are on fire. So secondary perf. Let's do this here. 1075 in the barrow. 3010. I think it's old, but that's fine. Temperature off the ECAM is 8 degrees still. Still a cold day here in Burbank. That is set. RadNav. Oh, I never cleared my hard tune at a 10,000. That's something we forgot to do. So at a 10, we got to clear and copy. Forgot to do that on that last flight. Progress, we're going to put BUR down here. Fuel and knit B. We'll set it up. It's the Rounders 2? Yeah. Yeah, Rounders 2. That's what it is. Let me do a quick 3000 now on the meter. That's good. And let's see. LA Center is online. 3555. We're going to be talking to him for clearance. Let's get our weights initialized here first. 121.8, 31.6. Block fuel, 11.8's on board, 11.8 required. We are on board in balance, so we'll go ahead and get our fuel tank pumps on. Boom, boom. Seatbelt sign is on. It's 26, not quite time to start the APU yet, so we'll leave that off. We'll put 11.8 in the McDo for our fuel. She gives a little extra. Only 8 degrees in SoCal? I know, man. Gonna have to airlift sweaters and jackets so they stay freeze to death. It's crazy. So the southeast is dealing with record high temperatures. And the southwest is, or I guess the west coast is getting record lows. It's wild, man. Everything's flipped. Dimitri says, I bought the new I&I builds Oak City, and let me tell you, it's the cat's ass. Dimitri, I got to check it out. I saw the Oak City and the Memphis. Oak City and Memphis. I got to buy it for the next trip. Maybe we'll do, how far is Memphis to Oak City? Maybe we can do a freight flight. Ooh, you guys want to fly some cargo? Maybe we'll do a Memphis to Oak City. How long would that be? That seems like it could be a fun little flight, because I know I promised y'all wanted to see the new Memphis, and I want to see it too. I do love the Memphis airport in real life. And Oak City is, I have been there multiple times as well, so I'm going to have to do that. All right, let's get back on track here. I'm going to flight recorder minimize you. If you guys are just tuning in, we're doing a real-world sim preparation stream for my real-world Recurrent tomorrow. We have flown our first leg into Burbank. We flew an ILS to absolute minimums. Landed. We saved the replay. We're going to watch the replay once we land in Vegas. Departing out of here, we're using real-world techniques and procedures. And I'm going to go over that right now as we get the passengers on board here. So, company procedures for departures out of Burbank. Let's see if there's any special notes for us. Pushback clearance is required. That's because it's so tight operating here on the ground. There's not a lot of room. We know that. Engine start clearance is not required. Blue-white dash line is not guaranteed. We talked about that. 2-engine taxi is recommended, especially with our with the visibility we got going today here. We're going to do a 2-engine taxi, no doubt. So we're going to do a 2-engine taxi. We'll start them up both. And we're going to have to be mindful of the engine and ice on the ground too, right? Because it's below 10C when visible moisture, so we'll keep an eye on that. Everything else looks good. So it doesn't say anything about, doing flaps 3, Toga, all that. We should have plenty of runway. So we're going to run our regular takeoff numbers for that, and we should be fine. So since we got a minute, let's do that, and then we'll talk to ATC, see what kind of clearance they give us. So we're going to do Burbank runway 15. It is wet. We'll sync the final load sheet. And we'll do flap optimum, force Toga, no, anti-ice, engine, packs on, sync live weather. Let's see what it gives us here. Flap 2, down 0.5, flex of 67. All right. So we are going to flex out of here. 16, 30, and 30. I'll tell you what, because of the winds and possible wind shear, this is part of our Recurrent tomorrow as well, wind shear discussion. I'm going to mitigate that risk. We're going to do a Toga takeoff because of wind shear. So let's recalculate that with Toga, packs on, anti-ice on, engine. Let's get our numbers here. So we're going to do a Toga takeoff, 15, 30, 30, flaps 2. 115, 130, 130, flaps 2 is set, no flex. We're doing a Toga. Wind shear, we talked about it briefly on the last flight. If we get a wind shear on departure, it's going to be Toga. Or wind shear, Toga is the command. We're going to follow the command bars. We won't change configuration of the aircraft, right? Don't want to change configuration of the aircraft in a wind shear until you're clear of the wind shear. So those are really the only difference. We have another message here. It's probably another load sheet scenario. Viewed, accept that. Awesome. So we're looking good there. Let's pull up ATC and give them a call. Finally back to business. Yes, Chaos. Indeed, indeed. This ought to be a spicy one. I'd love the A310 into Memphis in FedEx colors. Ooh, Jeremy, that's a good idea. Dimitri says, I even have the prison transfer terminal fully modeled. Let's get some chain gangs airborne. Oh, we could do a repatriate flight out of there. Take an old MD-80. That'd be something spicy. Team Vodka, you know it, man. I'm all about finding a way to Toga. Ooh, look at Robin H and Swarm with their wings. Swarm's always had the wings. Robin H, though, tuning in with the V1 wings there. Oh, man, those look good. I got to say, there's a million YouTubers with badges. I gotta say the coolest badge I think has got to be those wings right there. That set of wings that Robin and Swarm and a couple of the, what is that, 36-month badge? That is just spicy, man. That's just spicy. All right, let's call ATC up on. Where's the tower? That's LA Tower though. But let's call LA Center on 35.5. We have information Bravo. Let's see what he's going to give us. An MD-80. Yeah, Carson, we could do an MD-80 all-white repatriate flight. That'd be something spicy, wouldn't it? Let's get our flight directors on, and we'll wait for the top altitude. I'm going to put this down here like something weird, and we'll give him a call right now. So we have information Bravo, and we are going to Lost Wages. Here we go.
And LA Center United 21. Let me actually get flight level 40.
Right on cue.
Center 2160, maintain level 340.
340, thanks to United.
Center 290.
Oh my God! Like nobody was talking for 10 minutes, and then as soon as I go to key the mic,
heading 300, enable direct Van Nuys. Join the Gorman 7. Climb and maintain 13,000.
Plane dude, absolutely. I sure would hope so.
Left turn at 300, Van Nuys.
Best badge on YouTube. Thank you, Swarm. They look good, man.
291, maintain 13,000.
Sounds like Ben. Who's Ben, Team Vodka? He does. This voice does sound familiar. LA Center, good afternoon. Cactus 357 on the ground in Burbank, looking to get IFR to Las Vegas with Bravo. It's not only that Red Bull gives you wings. Oh, did I not have this?
Get set, pre-departure clearance set. Call for the push.
Roger, we'll call for push. Catch 357. Uh-oh.
LA Center Delta 735 is ready, 26 right at Vegas. Delta 735, wind is variable at 4, and like 2.
When did he send me that? 1849? Oh no, LA Center 1932. Oh, he just sent it. Cool. Kex 57 Burbank, Las Vegas, A320 beacon code 4673. Let's go ahead and dial that in here. 4673, 4673. We are cleared. Slap 2, Meissen, Reindeers, Vegas. Climb via SID. Expect 270, 5 minutes after departure. Frequency is 3555. That's what we got. Contact ground on 3555. Ready to taxi. End of message. Oh, roger that. So that is all set as brief. That looks good. How we doing outside? Well, I think we're all loaded up. They're all loaded up on the doors. Let's go ahead and fire up the APU. 2 minutes till 10 prior, so we're looking real good here for getting out on time. Would you say most pilots have a flight sim at home? No, not really. I think it's more of a. I think there's more pilots that do not have a flight sim than that do have a flight sim. If that makes sense. Okay, here we go. Fire up the APU. Let's take a listen. We didn't really get to listen to it last time. Blue Bear, welcome back to Private Pilot, man. Good to see you, dude. It's been a long time coming. Hey, I appreciate you guys for hanging with me on the stream. 270-something people watching in between the breaks here. That's awesome. 299 likes. Who's going to be the 300th like? I did say this earlier that, because I haven't streamed in so long, this stream it's especially important for you to hit that like button to help the channel get back into the algorithm, because we're going to we're starting to make more content here now more regularly. Had that 3-week hiatus getting stuff done in the real world, so I appreciate every single one of you hanging out with me, hitting the like button. And also, if you watch this video on replay, leave a comment too. I always enjoy reading comments. It's the least toxic place on the internet, YouTube comment section. Love it. Jeremy Harvey, what's going on? He says, have you decided where we're going to go for the tour? Jeremy, I have not yet, my friend. I am, obviously, my life is a little bit crazy right now, so as soon as I get a little bit more settled down, Jeremy, we'll do the tour. I'll have an idea of where we're going to go. I'll send you an email. I have an idea of where I want to go. I'm not sure if we'll be able to hit it right at 35K. So you've got some time if you want to make another juicy soundtrack. But I'm trying to juggle a bunch of real-world things right now before I commit to another tour. But we are going to do one. We are definitely going to do one, and I think I have an idea where I want to go. So, all right. Let's see, where are we at here? Okay, let's talk about our briefing. Emergencies as previously briefed. We're going to be departing off runway 15, 2-engine taxi. We're doing a Toga takeoff for wind shear avoidance. I already went over the wind shear procedure with you, and before I do that, let me do my flow here. Let's get the ground control back on. That looks good. We'll go ahead and disconnect from there. We'll get the APU bleed on as well. As far as the briefing goes, you're previously briefed for emergencies, wind shear, Toga wind shear. Follow the command bars, won't change configuration. We are climbed via the SID, so I should probably do some Navigraph stuff here. Let's go back and re-import this, and let's look at our departure from Burbank on the departure here. The SLAP 2, we got to climb via. The top altitude is flight level 230, so we'll set 230 in the window here. Now, in the secondary, I do have Burbank as our return airport with the obvious low weather, low visibility. If we have to go somewhere else, we are probably going to LA or somewhere with a longer runway, unless we are just absolutely on fire and have minimal time in the air. We might try to just come around and shoot an immediate ILS right back in. It is set up for the ILS 8. Any other emergency or abnormal, we're going to plan to do a diversion to the nearest suitable airport with a little bit longer runway. We're set to do a flaps 2 departure, Toga takeoff, 230 top altitude. We've got a good squawk of 4673. I'll have terrain up on my side. You'll have weather radar up on your side. Any questions? No questions. Cool. Let's do a cockpit preparation checklist. Cockpit preparation tech checklist. Maintenance log and tail number. It's on board and checked. Cockpit prep complete. Gear pins and covers. They are removed. They'd be over here behind this thing. Signs. They are on. 8 ears. We are navin. Fuel. 11.8 required, 11.8 on board. EFB is checked. Before start checklist is complete. Let's go ahead and put the ventilation back into normal. The rain has definitely lightened up here a little bit. And I think we're going to call for request pushback. And then we'll call him for that. Do I want to start? Ice warning. Do you want to? No de-icing is required today. Copy that. We'll do just that.
2132, runway 26 right, taxi.
We'll get the tiller cam back on. Timothy Waters, welcome to Private Pilot, man. Welcome back. Glad to have you on board. Vodka, no questions.
American
Good.
291, right turn 060, enable direct Misen, maintain level 230.
All right, brakes are set.
060, direct mice when able.
So we need to go nose right, tail left is what we need to do. And we also need to go over here. And we're going to star that one. We're starred the slap.
30 Victor Tango, clear to San Diego as filed. Maintain 5,000, expect 17,005. Departure with me, squawk 4674.
Pull those. Oh boy. Oh my goodness. We're going to have to pause the alert box for this one, folks. Mr.
34 Victor Tango,
J.
readback is correct. You're released for departure. Time now 19390.
Gifting
avoid if
50
not on by
memberships to the channel. That is absolutely very, very generous of you, J-Dub. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, my friend. Good to see you. It's been a long time since I've been able to be live. Being back with all you members. Cannot thank you enough for the support, my friend. Guys, if you pick up, if you need, pick it up. 50 members. I mean, shoot, the whole chat's going to be green. It is going to be all green. Appreciate you, J-Dub. Guys, if you get a membership, a gifted sub, I highly encourage you to check out the V1 After Dark podcast. I did a live one not too long ago, and it explains a lot. It explains a lot of where I've been. So pick that up. Make sure you shout out to J-Dub. Let him know that you're appreciative of that. Thank you so much. Appreciate you, J-Dub. We got a call for push, and let's get out of here. Let's go beacon light on.
Burbank cargo 499, Los Angeles Center, radar contact.
I know, I got to release
Flight
brake. Hold on.
071, climb and maintain 13,000.
Chat all green check. Oh, yeah. Greener than F9.
13,000.
All right, come on, we got to go. We got to go, we got to go, we got to go. LA Center, Cactus 357, Alpha 3 on the ground in Burbank, ready to push.
Okay, that was blocked. Somebody's calling for the push at Burbank.
So Cactus 357, Alpha 3 with Bravo, push.
Cactus 357, push and start approved. Tail to the left, expect 15 departure and advisory taxi.
Tail left, we'll expect 15. We'll call you for taxi, Cactus 357. Boom, set. Here we go. Let's do it.
LA Southwest 1305. We're out of 286.
We need a chat all green emote. Robin H, indeed, man. All right, we're going to, we forgot to run the checklist there.
1305 Los Angeles Center, squawk 1.
Before start checklist, windows, doors, and slides, closed on, beacon on, thrust levers idle, parking brake is off. Before start checklist is complete. This was kind of fun doing a real-time turn. Look at that, 141. I said we wanted to be off at 145. We're 4 minutes ahead of schedule. How fantastic is that?
Hotel Tango, descend to maintain flight level 200.
Almost like we've done it before. Almost like we've done it before. Yes, A Cicada, we are on that sim as well.
See you later, United 2160, Lima Airspace to the north, radar service terminated.
I'm going to turn the
Switch to advisory 2.8.
cabin lights off. As we push back here, let's go Burbank. Ground charts, 10-9.
2x2 Echo.
Brakes are set, clear disconnect.
Alpha Echo, Los Angeles radar contact. Join the Guardi 4 departure, climb maintain flight level 230.
All right, we're going to start engine number 1. Here we go. APU bleed is on. That's going there. We're going to turn off the ATC so we can actually enjoy a startup sound this time. Turning engine 1. I thought the airplane was moving. It's just the rain across the window. That's crazy. Let's juice up the sounds. Enjoy the startup. Here we go.
Unlocking gear. Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed. Left is clear. Right is clear.
Hey, we got a tow bar out here. That's pretty cool. All right, waiting for the Avail light, and we're going to get the engine anti-ice on because we are in visible moisture, and it is +8 outside. So looking for 2 thugs and a tug. Sorry, it's not PC. We're looking for some ground crew and a tug and a tow bar and the pin at some point. There's the Avail light. I'm going to go engine anti-ice 1 is on, and let's go ahead and turn number 2. Where's my pin? Oh, that's out to the left. Oh, you're right behind the A pillar. Cool. Stay dry out there. Thank you. Give him a salute, and we're out of here. Am I planning on giving the 739? Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. I needed to do an Airbus stream because I know if you're just tuning in, I haven't touched an Airbus or an airplane or a simulator since February, 3rd? It's been like 20 days, and I got a Recurrent sim check ride tomorrow. So, as much fun as it is for me to stream for y'all, this stream is also very important to me because it's helping me knock the rust off and get back into the flow. All right, number 2 is coming up. Good ATC on.
Back taxi on runway
There's an Avail. We'll go here, here, here.
Delta. Then make a
And
right on Delta, left on Alpha.
we're doing a, we'll go here arm you, and we're doing a flap 2, right? Let's do flaps 2. Yeah, the rain is intensifying. I need wrong side sim here to check my weather and give me a departure alternate. I don't have a departure alternate file. He shall inform me. Look at that. I can't even see that airplane anymore. What the heck?
There you go.
Delta 735 is back.
So in real life, we would be in like complete slowdown mode out here. This would be a complete Charlie Fox right now. If you're in Burbank with this type of viz, Godspeed. What does the flight aware misery map look like? Because I bet you Burbank is all red. All right, we're ready to taxi. And here's what we're going to do. Another real world procedure here. We're going to do all our checks on the ground before we taxi out because there's just too much going on here. So let's do a mini brief. Or I'm sorry, let's do an after start checklist. After start checklist. Engine anti-ice, it is on. Yellow electric pump is off. Rudder trim is 0. After start checklist is complete.
734, runway 15, taxi.
Mini brief. It's going to be off of runway 15 on the slap 2 departure. Gross weight is 133.6. Flaps config 2. Fuel on board 11.7. Speeds 115, 130. Top altitude flight level 190. Standard transition. First fix is RNAV to rave. Any questions? No questions. All right. Flight controls. Here we go. Full up. Full down. Neutral. Full left. Full right. Neutral. 0.4 down, I think, was the trim as well. Rudder. Full left. Full right. Neutral. Alert box is back on. Auto brakes max. Yeah, auto brakes max. Takeoff config check. That's on. Auto, never shut that off. RIP. TARA over here. That's on. And we'll do auto. That's fine. Auto. TARA. That's fine. Cool. All right, we are ready to taxi. Kevin, welcome to Private Pilot. Jet Screamer, welcome to Private Pilot. Glad to have you on board. Exclamation point, welcome for your perks here on the channel, guys. Let's go ahead and roll out.
Radar contact, turn left, heading.
We got to get a taxi clearance, and we are going. It was 0.5 down. Let me double check. Wrong one. Wrong one. Down 0.5. What did I set? Down 0.4. Down 0.5. There we go. Thank you.
Center Delta 735, you want us to stay at 190 keep flying.
Let's get the current ATIS is Charlie now.
I gave you that earlier. Maintain flight level 300.
Okay, roger. Last I heard was 190. We'll go 300.
Delta 2132, radar contact, climb maintain level 350.
Do you have to bind the nose wheel disconnect? Which one is it? Been looking for you. No, I don't have a bind, Team Vodka. I was just doing it for cinematic purposes and muscle memory. Still, only airplane that does it right is fly-by-wire and tolless. LA Center, Cactus 357 on the ground in Burbank, ready to taxi with Charlie.
At 357, runway 15, taxi via Delta 2, Delta Alpha. Cross runway 8.
All right, taxi 15 Delta 2 Delta Alpha cross runway 8 for Cactus 357. All right, let's see where we're going. Before we move the airplane, we need to figure out where we're going. Delta, or it would be Delta 2 Delta
23, Los Angeles Center, squawk 1706.
Alpha, clear to cross runway 8, which is this one here. So we're clear to cross. Let's go ahead and do it. Taxi light is coming on. Brakes released. Wow, this is low vis. You had your hopes up? I know, man. Look at this visibility. Ooh, look at this. I mean, this sim is so cool. This is fun. As much as a headache as it is sometimes, it's pretty neat that we have this situation here. All right, so Delta 2 is, I don't know if it's properly labeled. I think that's Delta 2 right there. I think that's Delta 2. That would concur. Let's go ahead and we're clear to cross. So we are clear to cross. That's coming up. That's coming up. I'm going to put this into takeoff here. At what point do you put the ignition on? Not on the ground. Not required on the ground at all. Las Vegas Ada says they're landing 26 left and 19 right. Ooh. I wanted to do the 1 left approach, but if they're landing 19s, Dimitri, then yeah, we could set up for the RNAV 19.
Charlie Kilo, and flying above 1800.
Alerts are re-enabled. Yes, Callie Simmer. Got them on. Did I miss something? Did I miss something? Alert box is on now. I hope.
505 heavy, that's
Hope I didn't miss anything.
323.
All right, so we're clear. There's Delta 2. I see it out the window. Back to taxi. Wing light, strobe light comes off. Man, what a poopy day here in Burbank. But this is really fun to simulate.
Thank you. JetBlue 942, climb maintain level 300.
Is 20 knots usually max taxi speed? It depends. 30 knots is for us, but in a contaminated situation like this, you're not going above 20. At least you shouldn't be. You know, on this airport specifically, I mean, I'm 10 to 15 knots max, because it's just, there's a very tight maneuvering constraints and super low vis out here, so. All right, flight attendants prepare for takeoff. We've already done our checks. Before takeoff checklist, they would run it. I would comply with it, and we're good to go. Takeoff checklist is complete. Lineup checks are complete. We're going to turn right up here all the way to runway 15 on taxiway Alpha. This is Alpha. I see it out the window barely. I know you guys love your wipers, so let's do some annoying wipers situation here.
JetBlue 6879, descent rounders to arrival.
Cole, you just flew out of Catalina. Nice. What airplane are you in?
In real life, would you say to your phone,
291, Las Vegas altimeter 3011.
I can't see shit.
Kelly similar, it would indeed be the latter, my friend. It would indeed be the latter. We have children that watch this channel.
Delta 735.
Yes, it would indeed be the latter, Kelly. Thank you for the $5 super chat, man.
Big Bear 3 arrival. Okay, Big Bear 3
There'd probably be a few more 4-letter expletives in that second phrase there. I don't think it would just be I can't see. I think there'd be at least one more expletive in there. Especially if I'm trying to, if I'm stressing out about something else, like edict times and all that. Yeah, see, like I'm doing only 5 knots here. I need to spice it up.
505, radar contact, climb and maintain.
All right, we got 5 minutes on our warm-up time. We didn't even need 5. We only needed 3, right? So let's go. Come on. Let's go. Give me some juice here. This is some heavy rain. Let's go. Come on. Going uphill here or something? Ground friction is a little weak. Or is a little over exaggerated, I think.
Ethan, what runway are we expecting for landing at Las Vegas? 26 left transition means 26 left is the landing runway. Thank you.
More likes than viewers already? Beautiful. We are doing a Toga takeoff on this one, so this is the deal. If you all smash that like button, I will go Toga thrust from the external view, which is pretty sweet. If not, we're going to have to go Toga from the internal view. So if you haven't already, smash that like button. Man, look at the rain. Like, these sheets of rain come in here and the visibility drops. This is just, this sim is it. This is it, man. Flying Moose, good afternoon.
Center, good morning, Delta 689, heavy with you, passing through 2300 North 3.
I think those are puddles down there. It'd be really cool if we could see the splashing effect, but not at the expense of global ortho. All right, a couple other notes for departure. It says maximize available runway when you line up on the runway. Line up as close as you can to the blast fence. We'll do that. Oh, wow, look at that guy's lights right there. Who's that? Is that a Spiritual Wings? Look at that Spiritual Wings out there. Look at that.
Ceiling of 600 broken, 1200 broken, 1,700 over.
Oh, that's so cool, man. It reminds me of that shorts video I did at the beginning of the year when I was taxiing out. We had like, I mean, the Viz was, I think, like 600 RVR. And you're looking, you don't see anything, then out of nowhere you see an airplane.
1 minute.
That terrain radar could double his weather radar right now? Yeah, just about. All right, I don't want to be sucking in jet exhaust from that guy. We'll get a little bit closer, but not too close. Just because I like the sound of the engines. All right, let's go ahead and stop it here. Brakes are set, lights are off.
I'll be back.
So let's hang tight. Where is the spray? Totally unrealistic. I know, that would be really cool though if we had that, just that effect. Man, do you guys remember any of my FSX users in chat? There was like a, it was like a wet runway effect payware that you could buy for FSX. I bought it and it was awesome, man. Arguably, it looked better than X-Plane 12, but there was like a wet effects for FSX, and you had a water blast on the ground and behind your tires. It's really cool.
Intersection, join the flap 2 departure, climb and maintain flight level.
Oh, I did want to enable some sort of failure. Well, we got a minute here. Let's take a look. Let's see if we can get something small. Just to is there a door failure?
10 left, back to your discretion. Cactus 754, wind 12013, got 21, runway 15, clear for takeoff.
Will this actually fail the door though?
5, clear for takeoff, Cactus, our 754.
I don't want to actually do, I don't want the door to actually open up. I want it to just give me an alert. Let's skip that one. Let's do something else. Let's do a...
Burbank 1720, descend, rounders 2 arrival, 26 left transition. Las Vegas altimeter 3011.
Descend via the, I don't know how to say it. Descend via our pre-files arrival.
Let's do an IDG.
Burbank 1720, rounders 2. The movie was Rounders. It had to do with gambling in Las Vegas. That's where it came from.
I haven't done that in a long time. We're going to arm that. We'll arm that one.
Yeah. That way, if you see the movie, you'll know why they called it.
What movie is it? What? What movie?
There you go.
I haven't been unanalyzed.
Easier to remember.
I've always wanted to know why it's rounders. What movie though? There's a movie called Rounders?
Descend Rounders 2 arrival, 26 left transition, and expect the RNAV vectors for the RNAV Zulu runway 19 right approach.
I love how when you turn the light on, it lights up the rain there. Isn't that cool?
Good afternoon, Delta 28.
This guy is working hard. Jeez.
Delta 2831, Los Angeles Center radar contact. Join the Guardia 4 departure. Climb maintain.
I've never seen the movie Rounders. I'll have to look it up.
3000 on the Guardia 4, Delta 2831, thanks.
Delta 7689 heavy. Climb maintain level 370.
All right, we'll hold short of 15 like a professional.
Level 370. Delta 69. We have Delta. We have Delta in Burbank, runway 8 as well. 71305, that's affirmative. Continue descent, throw 3 arrival, and expect the ILS 8 approach. Do all that, Southwest 1305.
Center Cactus 754, climbing through 1.64 and climbing via descent.
There's Southwest 2752, ready for PDC, Las Vegas, Ontario.
Cactus 754, radar contact, right turn 040, when able direct Ravy. Then on, join the flap 2 departure, climb maintained level 270.
Right 040, when able, direct Ravy, climb maintain 270, Cactus 754.
Cactus 357, turn on your transponder, please. Runway 15, line up and wing. Cactus 754, that's a right turn, please. Right turn 040.
Right 040, Cactus 754.
Fort Charlie Lima, fly runway heading, wind 16014, gust 20, runway 0, left clear for takeoff.
Runway heading.
Valley Center, hello, good afternoon.
Oh wow, was my mic muted the whole time? Rip. I said you never admit to being wrong. You just recycle the transponder.
2523, clear.
Oh, I muted? Oh man, I muted for the whole thing.
23 radar contact.
I guess I muted for my return my callback too. Basically, I said we'll recycle it. You never admit to being wrong. You just say you got to recycle the transponder.
Southwest 1285, let's pick there at Las Vegas.
All right, here we go. Might have had our mic muted there, but we recycled the transponder, line up and wait 15, Cactus 357.
Cactus 357, copy, thank you. Cactus 357, wind is 12013, gust 21, runway 15, clear for takeoff.
15, clear for takeoff, Cactus 357. All right, are y'all ready?
Yeah, you must have it muted.
Yeah, sorry about that. All right, spool them up 50, here we go. Let's see, how many likes did we get? We got 306. And we got 382. Oh, yeah. We're going outside view. Toga, here we go. You guys ready? Watch your ears. Yoga. Oh. Man, Toga SRS nav auto thrust is blue. Wow, this viz is getting low. Okay, thrust set. 100 knots, check. V1. I came up quick. Rotate. Positive rate. You're up. Navin.
Cessna 24, go all the way down to the end, Foxtrot.
All the way down.
437 Mike Bravo, you on frequency?
A sharp turn out here. There's our, we got plenty of positive trends, so we're going to go ahead and bring it back. Thrust climb, climb. Auto thrust nav. Flaps 1, speed checks, flaps 1. Nothing to see, nothing to fly with, so we're just going to hand fly it. Wow, we are getting kicked around here. Forgot to disarm you. Man, we are getting wrecked. I've turned the sim down a little bit. There's S-speed flaps 0, speed checks. Jeez. We'll go autopilot on, so there's not much to look at. We'll go AP1. And right into the soup, guys. Right into the soup. All right, we're 4,000, climbing 190. We got a clean wing.
7 radar contact. Turn right, heading 040. When able, direct Rady, then join the flap 2 departure. Climb maintained level 270.
Right turn 040. When able, direct Rady, climb flight level 270. Cactus 357. All right, 040. Oh no! Autopilot off. He wanted me to turn right. Oh boy. Let's turn right.
Yeah, altimeter.
Autopilot back on.
3009 at Las Vegas. Information whiskey now current.
Come on, flight directors. Coming back around. All right, we're at a 6. Fly the airplane first. 270. Basically in a right turn all the way around. You see how the airplane wanted to turn left? That's a gotcha there. So need to be very careful of that. Need to be very careful of that. Direct to Ravy. We'll just go ahead and insert that. We're in the turn. Thrust climb, open climb, nav. 8,000, climbing 270. After takeoff checklist is complete.
79, descend and maintain 5,000. Airbus 320 is passing in front of you. Shouldn't be a factor.
Turn down these screens just a little bit. Have a status. IDG2 is going out on us. All right, we're going to monitor. There it is. All right. I have control in ATC, cam actions, or whoever you have control on. Since I got to do the roll of both, I'm going to go ahead and do the roll of both here. Fly the airplane first at a 10,000 feet. Let's get this off. Let's get that off. Let's get that off. We're going direct to Ravy. We're speeding up. Okay, clear the caution. Electric IDG2 oil overheat. IDG2 off. All right. I'm going to start the APU. IDG2 off. Press and hold.
Radar contact. Turn left, heading 030. Enable direct trap. Join the Gardy forward departure.
Won't let me disconnect it.
13,000.
1,3000 left 030 and
confirm IDG2. Confirm. Interesting. All right, we're at 10. We're climbing out. We're looking good. All right, generator 1 has picked up the load. I've got the APU spooling up. IDG2 oil overheat. Clear electric. Clear electric. Status. Read status. Cat 3 single only. In-op systems. Cat 3 dual. Main galley. Gen 2. Clear status. Clear status. All right, ECAM is complete. I'm going to go to the comm. Wow, look at that up there. Let's go ahead and not climb out at 300. Let's do like 270 in case we get bumped around here. 270 knots for the climb out. I'm going to select speed. APU is available. And looks like it has picked up the load. It says IDG2 disconnected. I don't have a light in the overhead, which is weird.
505 Heavy, leaving my airspace. Radar service terminated. Frequency change.
I guess I'm not supposed to. There's just no light there. All right, so let me go ahead and pull up the comm procedure. So remember, just like I talked about earlier, you want to do the ECAM first. Fly the ECAM. That'll keep you alive. Once your ECAM is complete, we're going to look up the abnormal procedure in the book here. So to pull up the failure, I'm going to recall it. So you can. I'll go back to live cam here. I'll get rid of that. Electric IDG2. That's the fault I got to look for. So I'm going to go ELEC.
2679.
Electric IDG2. Oh, good. And my right on cue, my EFB crashed.
And who else is calling?
All right, here we go. IDG oil overheat. There's 18. We'll go ahead and set standard. Keep flying the airplane. Climbing out. IDG affected. Off. Condition. The alert electric IDG oil overheat triggers when IDG 1 or 2 outlet oil temperature rises above 180 degrees Celsius. The effective IDG off. If the associated engine is running, the IDG integrated drive generator must be disconnected from the engine at or above idle to prevent damage to the disconnect mechanism. Press the IDG push button switch until the gen fault light comes on. However, do not press for more than 3 seconds to avoid damage to the disengage solenoid. The IDG fault light goes off when the IDG is disconnected. So we never got the fault light up here. You don't want to hold it for Press the AG till the gen fault light. I'm sorry. Wow, I did that completely wrong. So that's confirmation bias. I was thinking I needed a fault light here. This populated correctly. So you press and hold the IDG disconnect push button, no more than 3 seconds. It's definitely broken the solenoid now, Flame. But you hold it until the fault light in Gen 2 comes on, which it is. So that means we got a good disconnect. I'm going to go ahead and close the guard. Note, if available, the APU may be started and the APU generator used. Cat 3 single only. Main galley only if APU is not online, but the APU is online, so our main galley is back online. We save the day, we can still have some coffee. Gen 2 is out, Cat 3 dual is in op. So the comm is complete, we've completed the procedure, and we're going to continue on to Las Vegas. We still have 2 generators. I don't think it's a diversion. I don't think it's any like a diversion situation. I feel comfortable. We got a short flight. We got maintenance in Vegas. We don't want to deal with this poor weather in SoCal. Let's continue on and get the job done over there in Vegas and go to maintenance. So that's done. We'll remanage the speed. We're out of the icing condition. Let's go ahead and turn the engine anti-ice off. And coffee's back online. Let's enjoy some of this juicy climb out views. I feel like we've just been doing so much work. I haven't been enjoying the sim. All right. Dogtag Gamer says, I really enjoyed this. Hey, I'm glad you enjoyed it, man. Thank you. I'm glad I selected that failure. I just selected something because I figured it'd be something we can fail and keep going. But I was totally expecting something to come on in the fault light for the IDG, but it wasn't. You press and hold it until the fault light comes on in the generator push button right next to it. So, hey, I learned something. You learned something. We refreshed our memory on that one. So, cool to see that. And that's something that I thought was perhaps a bug in the Phoenix. No, not at all. According to my book and my real-world procedures, it behaved just like it should have. So, they're pretty neat to see that. Dimitri says, we got you, Captain. Dispatch will have your friendly mechanics to say hello at Vegas. Excellent, Dimitri. Thank you, my friend. We could send a message there, too. Any Builds is in the chat. Any Builds. Good to see you. Hey, Captain, check your emails when you get a chance. Any Builds? I will do that indeed. I have been basically away from everything sim and everything work here for the last 3 weeks, so I'm catching up. I'm catching up here indeed, and I'm looking at my email right now on my cellular device, and I have a lot of emails, and I have one very recently from Any Builds. Man, thank you very much, Any Builds, for that. Indeed, folks, shout out to Any Builds. It looks like our next stream we're going to be going to Oak City, checking that out as well. Any Builds, thank you so much for stopping by the stream. Appreciate you. And guys, get excited for some Oak City. I think we got to do an Oak City flight here. I do have one very memorable real-world flight into Oak City. It was in a King Air. Might have to recreate that one here on the next stream. Very memorable Oak City flight. Thank you so much, Any Builds. We're going to be checking that out here on the next stream, indeed. But yeah, I do. I have been, as far as streaming and anything else, I've been very, very busy and away from the office, away from the computer. So I'm just now getting back in the saddle. I did see a King Air Team Vodka. I did. I was away for dinner. Why did you move to Georgia? Chris, for work, essentially. I shouldn't say that for work, because I could still be based in Dallas. But just, it worked out that way. I talked about it kind of at length and in detail in my last live podcast I did with you guys about 2 weeks ago. But, yeah, we're moving to Georgia, man. The family's out there right now. I came back here for work. I got the sim event tomorrow, and I still have the V1 HQ right here where I'm obviously streaming to you from. But yeah, we're happy. It's a change. It's an adjustment, no doubt. But everybody that I've met, I will say this. I don't know if there's any Georgians in chat, but I will say all my interactions, barring one hostess at an IHOP, the people in Georgia that I've talked to have been extremely nice. Like not over the top nice, but like nice and like respectful to the point where it's almost kind of surprising to me. Just didn't really think that Southern charm still existed in many places, but it does exist the areas of Georgia that I've been in. So I can't say that. All right, we're level at 270. Short flight. Seatbelt sign is coming off. Oops, toggled it there. Any Bill says, thanks for all the kind words on Oak City, too. See you all there soon. Excellent. Should be fun. Safe flight to Vegas, indeed. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. Jeremy, I am changing crew bases, but I won't officially be crew based in Georgia until April. So for the next month, I will be commuting, essentially. But what that allows me to do is I can do a lot of streaming. So we're going to do quite a bit of streaming here for the next month. And then we may fall off into the hole of darkness as I reconfigure a V1 HQ at the new house. But for now, hopefully the content's going to really start coming out for at least another month. Atlanta traffic is so tragic. Oh, yeah. So where we're moving to is southwestern Georgia, out in the country. And, yeah, we did one trip. I had to go, I did pick up my new smoker. I picked up the Camp Chef Woodwind Pro with the smoke box. And to get it, I think there was only 2 in the state of Georgia. And I had to drive up to Atlanta. And we were leaving Atlanta around 4:45, almost 5 o'clock. The traffic was horrendous. I mean, I thought Dallas traffic was bad. But no, it's I will not be visiting the city limits, let's say, during any rush hour or peak times, indeed. Will you still cook Texas-style barbecue? Or are you going to dabble in Georgia-style? Anthony Teal, I will dabble in the Georgia-style, no doubt. But what I'm comfortable with is Texas-style, obviously. But I am open to adapting and broadening my horizons. But, yeah, first step was to get that smoker. So got the smoker, good to go.
You went to an IHOP in Georgia? Well, there's your problem. It's Waffle House or nothing.
C2A, I know, my friend. I made the mistake. I made a mistake, C2A. Appreciate the dono. Yes, I will not make that same mistake again. It will be Waffle House. There's actually a nice Waffle House right now. Is there such thing as a nice Waffle House? There's a nicer Waffle House close to where we live. So, indeed, I'll be stopping there. Charlie Romeo, good to see you, man. Good to see you. I hope you're well. He says, number one son just got his Brickyard base assignment in LaGuardia. Charlie Romeo, that is fantastic to hear, man. That is so awesome. I think by now you know I have a long history with the Brickyard as well. So while I was never LaGuardia based, that's awesome. That's exciting news, Charlie Romeo. I'm sure his career is, no pun intended, really about to take off. But that's awesome. Good to hear it, man.
Delta 4249, Los Angeles Incinerator, contact, join the Jenny 4.
Yeah, vodka. I went big. I didn't know. I was going to sell my Camp Chef that I have here, but now there's one thing I don't like about the Woodwind Pro is it doesn't have like the grill option. Like I can't pull the smoke plate out and like get the grates really hot. So now I'm kind of at a conundrum. Like, well, I either have to get another grill or just haul my other grill from here back to Georgia, but I don't know if I will. It's a haul, and I've already moved all the big stuff.
754 to send rounders to
JJ says, V, when I wrote this earlier, don't want to spam. Want you to know your channel is my go-to for learning. I have pages of notes from watching your videos. Thanks so much for the help you provide us. JJ, thank you so much, man, for those kind words. I'm glad you're enjoying the content and learning from me here. That's why, that's the number one reason why I started this channel, was I wanted to share my passion for teaching as well as my equal passion for aviation and flight simming in general. So it kind of all comes together, as a perfect scenario, because not only do I love aviation, not only do I love flight simming, I love teaching. I was a flight instructor for many years. I've taught on several different airframes. I enjoy the aspect of teaching. So when I can do all three of those at the same time with you guys, it's really cool. So glad you enjoy it, man. Wash 176. Yeah, that was a must. I had to check that. Or if it wasn't, we would have had probably wouldn't have happened.
You did get your clearance, correct?
All right. We are still in this guy's center, obviously. Now, let's pull up let's turn him down even further. Let's boost up the sim just a little bit. And let's start looking in our Las Vegas approach, and let's get the weather for Vegas too. Key 6, thank you for the continued support, man. Atlanta driving. Take Peachtree, make a right on Peachtree, then make a left on Peachtree, drive 2 miles to Peachtree. Key 6, you're not lying. That sounds about right, dude. Sounds about right, man. Thank you for the continued support, my friend. Thank you for the support, dude. Winds in Vegas, 200 at 4 knots, 10 miles, yada yada. So, probably get the 19s like Dimitri was saying earlier. Let's see here. Las Vegas, ATIS. I can pull it up. Information Whiskey. Landing 19s. Ooh. All right, so we need to reconfigure. This is going to change some stuff. Joe Hatch, good afternoon from North Texas, my friend. I'm right there with you. Welcome. All right, Las Vegas. Approach charts, negative. Arrival charts, negative. I want approach charts. We want the RNAV visual. 19er. Which one do we get? 19er right or 19er left? I got to look at my charts. I forget.
030 heading 2000 to establish clear ILS 6 left Delta 735.
So 19er right or 19er left? Which is the shorter runway? 19er right. Let's do 19er right.
14995 Los Angeles generator contact. Turn right heading.
Paris approaches 19er right, 19er left, 19er right. Demetrius says 19er left. We're gonna do 19er right. It's shorter runway. Commercial users get left, biz jets right. Okay, thank you. We'll do left then. Thank you. We'll do that. That sounds. Yeah. Since we got ATC on, we'll stick with the flow then. We'll stick with day chart RNAV Zulu 19er left. I know it wants me to decelerate. We gotta reset this here. RNAV visual. RNAV visual 19er left. I don't know where we're gonna take it from. Let me look this up here. I don't know. I think he might have forgotten about us. But I think we would have to change the star.
18 radar contact. Join the Guardi for departure. Climb maintain level 330.
Climb maintain level 330. Got a for departure.
I don't know what he wants us to do.
5,
I don't know what he wants us to do. Enter destination data. Let's do that at least first.
6879. Did you say 220 or 200?
220.
2470. No. I want the RNAV visual. Is it on here? Well, I don't think we have the RNAV visual on this. Do we have the chart for it?
America 9670, Los Angeles Center, radar contact. Turn right.
Huh.
Turn
No,
right
we don't.
100, climb and maintain 13,000.
He muted. You have to get even. It's nearly impossible to get a question here and get answers. Sorry, Jordan. There's a lot going on, my friend.
American 102, descend Big Bear 3 arrival, 7 right transition.
Well.
Southwest 2752, 4500 280.
I don't know.
Rear wings 919, left turn heading.
Let's just get the weather in and go for it.
200, left to 200 for the resequence.
Arrival ATIS is 200 at 4.
Okay, who's Delta 735 to tower.
Yeah, LA Center is just swamped, man.
735, contact tower 120.
So temperature down there is, we'll be high if we have to here. Temperature is 8 degrees, and the altimeter is 3009. With you for 3 months. Mr. Funari, thank you so much, man, for the continued support, dude. With you indeed. All right, so for we're in a 320. We can do 500 above. So touchdown is 21. Let's call it 2,200. So let's put a reference in there of 2,700 feet. Let's do a reference minimum of 2,700. 2,700 is set for the Barrow. It's just a rough estimate for us. And for the RNAV visual, we got it out to Kiwi. I'm trying to see Meisen transition, approach via Penn. We'll draw it all the way out. So we've drawn out the star or the approach all the way out. And we're just going to have to figure it out from here. We're supposed to be below 19. Center catch 357, request lower. Oh boy. Charles Lyman, welcome back to Commercial Pilot. And Charles is coming in with in a big way, gifting 10 more subs. Appreciate you, Charles. Thank you so much for that. I'll mute the alert box here temporarily as we set up for our arrival. But appreciate you, Charles. Thank you for gifting the subs. If you pick up a gifted sub, guys, make sure you shout out to Charles and let him know you're appreciative of that. All right. We are getting really high on the path here.
716, push and start approved, tail to the right, spec 15 for departure. Burbank altimeter 299.8.
That's right, it'll be good practice for us.
So 2752, radar contact.
John Smith, yes, I am indeed. If you had to fly long haul, what airline would it be with? Also, I meant to be simming the simming, but now on the wine, so less and less likely. Good to see you back, though. Thank you, Scotty. Appreciate you. Man, just whatever airline gave me the best quality of life for the long haul. Whatever gave me the best quality of life is the airline I'd go for, man.
Southwest 1285, wind variable at 4, runway 26 right, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, 26 right.
JetBlue 6879, Los Angeles Center.
We are going to be
Sorry, go ahead.
smoking down here on this
Runway
approach.
26 left to land, wind variable at 4.
265 line, JetBlue 6879.
Rear wings 919, right turn, correction, left turn, heading 100.
What is an RNAV visual? How is it different from a regular RNAV? So an RNAV visual is a chart that's could be airline specific, or it's a visual approach, but it has GPS or RNAV waypoints that aid you in flying the approach down. So it's an RNAV path, but you're doing it under visual meteorological conditions. We can practice almost an emergency descent here. LA Center, catch 347, request lower. Might just have to disconnect. I'm gonna just disconnect because he's over swamped here.
448, thanks for the spot number. Runway 26 right. Well, let's see. Hold short of Bravo. I've got a Speedbird that hasn't called in.
Yeah.
All right,
We'll never get down in time.
Yeah, we see that Speedbird.
So we're going to disconnect. We're going to disconnect. Now, here we go. Let's just go ahead and set 11,000. And we're going to just do an open descent. We're going to start screaming down. So 11,000 is set. I'm going to manually select speed. We're going to crank it up. And we're going to go ahead and go seatbelt sign on. Get a little speed brake situation out there. 11,000 is blue. We'll crank this up to like 310 for now. We're descending down as far as the briefing is concerned. Be manual brakes, full reverse, flaps full, terrain on ND for terrain awareness. And here we go. You guys have been briefed. I've been briefed real quick. Can we send a message to... I thought there was a diversion. No. I thought there was a way to send to maintenance. That's fine. We would send a message to maintenance. All right, here we go. We're going to be screaming down here, trying to catch up to it. We're probably not going to meet Bowman, which will be fine. We'll set up for the RNAV visual, though. It's okay. We'll take it out to Penn at 6. We are screaming down, though. All right, let's enjoy the views. Let's get a flight recorder ready. I think there's a way to request maintenance on the arrival message. Maybe that's it. Let me check more. I swear I thought I have done it before. Let me try again. AOC. Maybe it is arrival. Next flight number if you require taxi fuel. I don't know what the next flight is. Let's just say it's that. I don't know. I'm curious. I've never filled out one of these before with the FENIX. I'm just curious to see what it does here. Maybe it was a PMDG thing. Yeah, I think it might have been. I think it might have been PMDG. All right, Barrow Ref 3009 is set. We're going to go ahead and increase speed even more. We're going to get all the way down to 11, and then we're going to go direct to Penn, and then we'll slow it down. All right, flights, there we go, direct to Penn, insert. That looks good. And then we'll vector ourselves and then join in from there. Thoughts on the Flightbox 320 Neo? I love it, man. Flightbox 320 Neo is a great airplane as well. No doubt about it. Man, look at that. Dive, dive, dive. We are just screaming down. Passengers would definitely be feeling that. Speed out star. Let's go ahead and do this. Let's come all the way back to 250 knots now. All right, looking at the arrival, Penn, max 210 knots. At Penn. We're going to go, we'll vector ourselves around Penn, but I'm going to scroll in 210 right now. So I will, if I get this scenario, we will do an RNAV visual in the sim, so I should really pay attention. Penn, max 210, mandatory at 6,000 feet. So let's go ahead and give ourselves a vector because we're kind of going to be screwed anyway. So I'm going to give myself a vector, Cactus 357, fly heading 060, descend and maintain 6,000. All right, 060 down to 6,000 feet, thrust idle open, descent. And we'll shoot ourselves a line into Penn there from this angle. We got 2,700 set as a reference, not a mandatory. That's just an autopilot reference. We'll have to turn off the flight directors. Remember, getting below, depending on your SOP, below minimums or a couple hundred feet above touchdown. We're going to get the autopilots off, the flight directors off, because it'll just trip into vertical speed mode when you're on an RNAV visual. So want to get the flight directors off, activate the bird mode, and we'll do a nice manual landing from there. Hopefully we have the visibility. What's the what's the broken at 4,000? The required ceiling is, oh man, 5,700. Well, at least we'll be able to practice a go around. Shoot. We might be practicing a go around on this one, folks. Dimitri, what is up, dude? Or Dimitri, sorry, Geo. I saw Dimitri's name there, but Geo. My brain saw Geo, my eyes saw Dimitri. 34 months, man. Good to see you, dude. It's been a long time. Yes, it has. Hope to see you at the Expo this year. Gio, I'm going to try my best, man. It's been just a lot of crazy stuff going on right now with us in my personal life, but I'm going to try my best, man. I will update everybody as soon as I know for sure. But good to see you, dude. What does bird mode mean? We're going to turn on the flight path vector, or flight path annunciator? A bird. I call it the bird. Looks like a little bird. We'll go ahead and start a left turn 050. I'm trying to give myself not as crazy right angle, but we'll see here. 9 for 6. We're at a 10,000 feet. We're going to light it up. We still got the APU running. We should have the engine anti-ice on. We definitely should. Engine anti-ice 1 and 2 is coming on. .6 for 6, 210 on the speed. I'm leaving the flaps in because if you were to go flaps 1 right here, you're actually going to hurt your descent because you're going to get that approach idle. It's going to bump it up. It's going to make it a little bit harder for you to come down. Wing anti-ice is only used when you're actively getting iced up. So I know we can't really see anything right now, but if you actively saw ice accumulating on the ice detector up here or on your windshield wipers, then you would go ahead and turn on the wing anti-ice. All right, this looks like it'll work. Let's go direct to pen at this point. Direct to pen. Cleared for the RNAV visual. We'll go approach mode. Out final app nav. 1,000 feet to level off.
The Las Vegas Tourism Board is giving this stream a thumbs down as your flying is cutting into the thrill rides on the strip.
Oh, jeez. C2A, uh-oh. Sorry, man. We got to get thumb. Hopefully you'll thumb it after touchdown. You got to thumb down it now. Cutting into the thrill rides on the strip. I know, dude. Appreciate your support, C2A. The Las Vegas Tourism Board. Hey, you get to see, I forget what this community is called out here, but I've actually been out here before. Man, it looks like we might actually make it. We're speed out star. Let's go ahead and select flaps 1. Status. Gen 2, clear status. All right. So that's our generator that is offline because we have the IDG overheat. Thoughts on the Flight Sim Labs? It's a good airplane, man. I can't wait to see what they bring to Microsoft. The FS Labs and P3D is just not exciting to me anymore because it's P3D. It's outdated in my opinion. But I did hear that they're bringing their stuff to Microsoft, so I will be very intrigued. No doubt. I will be very intrigued about that. We need to keep coming down. Let's go ahead and set 3,500 for fired. Yeah, we're above that. We got to get down, and we need to slow down. This is why they do this approach to you, because you blink and you get out of whack here. So I'm going to select 180. I need to get on down here. We're going to go ahead and start recording this one. App nav final is blue. We need to be at or above 3,900 at deferg, so we're looking good there. There's VFE next, minus 10, flaps 2. That's coming out. Let's get the tiller cam on as well. Oh, that looks juicy. Brian Valdez, I had that same warning as well. Did you get it? Make sure you start up your engines and see if it's still there after startup. I did have that earlier today. I don't know why. We are way high. We are way high, folks. Gear is coming down. Speed brake is out. May have to end up going around anyway. Jeez. Come on, baby. Come on down.
2,500.
Vertical speed check, 2,500. We can set 2,500 for, or 2,900 for Lodi. There it is. Manage speed. Oh, no, no, no. I know flights. I know speed brake's still out. I know. Jeez, we're barely going to be stable. Well, I'm glad I did this one with you guys. There's final lap. Lap's full. Landing checklist. Cabin crew advised auto thrust speed. Speed. Auto brakes are off. ECAM memo. Landing. All green. Landing checklist is complete. Barely. My goodness. Talk about getting close. Higher than a van full of hippies. I know, Dimitri. We got her down, though. Higher than a van full of hippies in Vegas, and there's so much water in Burbank. I saw a
1,000.
family of ducks with floaties on. Crazy stream. All right, runways inside, autopilot off. I'm going to go flight directors off. Practice a little hand flying here. Bird mode is on. One on our left. We're clear to land, down to land, on the path. We're looking good.
500.
We barely got
Minimum.
stable on that one. That was crazy. I'm glad we did this approach because I will remember that for tomorrow. It sneaks up on you. It really does. A little bit of a crosswind, little shifty winds here. Nothing like Burbank, though. Visual with the pappies.
$100. 50, 40, 30, 20, retard, 10, 5.
That one felt pretty good. Spoilers, reverse green, decel. Take this next one, 70 knots. Idle, reverse, hold it out. We'll go ahead and start the chrono. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Las Vegas. That one felt especially juicy. But don't go anywhere because we got 2 sets of replays to watch today. 2 sets of replays. Whoa. Flight control side stick fault? Glad we got on the ground. Oh, that went away. That was weird. All right, we're not going to configure. Oh, we already crossed runway, so we'll go ahead and reconfigure. Do our after lands. Engine and eyes come off. APU's already on. We forgot to turn our lights on. Rip. I'm not going to mess any more lights up because we're going to watch the replays anyway. Welcome to Lost Wages. Any Houston flights coming up soon? You talking about real life or in Stream World? In Stream World, maybe. In real life, I do not know. Not off the top of my head. I know we got to park at the U.S. Airways side. On the other side, we're not going to do that. We're just going to park here at these closest gates, right over here to the left. And we got some replays to watch. We got to go back, watch our Burbank short field landing, essentially, and then we're going to watch this puppy here. I think this is for Southwest over here. I think this is a Southwest situation. I'm going to cut the corner. We'll take this one on the end. Have I ever flown to Philly? Many times. I used to be based in Philly many years ago. Philadelphia. They might have, Lauren. Am I in the old... I think I might actually be in the old Airways Gate area. You're actually right about that. I didn't know FS Expo was on the jet bridges. It's kind of cool. All right, we don't have any marshalling service, so we'll just cheat here. We're not going to shut down either. We're just going to reconfigure for replays and get into it. Erp. Ooh. Well, we go. That was the wrong ERP line. Wrong ERP line. That one's way too far back. More juice. More juice. More juice. And erp. Ooh, that was a good ERP right there. Brakes are set. You guys got a double ERP because we forgot the ERP on the last one. All right. This has been exciting. Let's go ahead and stop the recording. And I'm going to watch this replay first. Well, we don't need the sail just yet. We don't need sail just yet. You hang tight there. You hang tight there, Mr. Sail. Let's reconfigure flaps full. And let me get my lights back to where they were. And these were on, I think. I'll probably be blinking the whole time. That's fine. Flaps are full. Everything is ready to go. And we'll release the brakes as soon as we go into replay mode. So let's go ahead and watch the replay. Brakes released. I know it's going to be high speed because the flaps are out already. That's fine. Oh, wow. Look at that view. Probably could readjust the flaps here myself. Let's bring them up for a second. A little more cinematic. Okay, we'll watch one Vegas full approach here because this is too juicy, and then we'll do the rest Burbanks. There was nothing too special about this landing other than these views might be kind of juicy. Under the clouds here, that looks awesome. Unlike V1, I'm very late for the stream. What's up, man? Which replay tool do I currently use? I use Flight Recorder, and I'm not even sure which version is out there, which one is the one you should be using. But my Flight Recorder version that I have right now currently is 0.18.1.0, if that helps you out at all. Man, this is going to be a spicy wing view here as we turn along the strip. We'll watch it. Flaps are coming full. May I suggest King Air into Oak City, Swarm? Yes, you may. Yes, you may, Swarm. Maybe we'll do King Air. We got to do 737 at some point. We're definitely doing Oak City next because I really want to check it out. We probably have to fire up the King Air. Maybe I'll do one of the old routes. I have to recreate my memorable flight into there. What to use for custom wing views? Bryce Williams, exclamation point wing view. There's a video from XP72. That's interesting. From XP72 that tells you how to set them up. I've created my own wing views, and the way I have my keys bound, you can literally bind any view you want to. Okay, online service unreached. Perfect. Really? Right when I want to watch a juicy replay. There we go. But check that view out, and it'll be exactly what you need, my friend. You don't have to do any edits in the CFG for the FENIX. So the FENIX makes it very easy. You can skip that part where he edits the files. Just follow his key binding instructions from there on. You got it, Bryce Williams. Does the real 320 have a detent on the tiller for center? Not a detent, no, but it has it springs to center. So it springs to 0 degrees nose wheel. All right, look at the Ferris wheel. Oh my goodness, that is juice right there. That looks so good. Screenshot. Nice little wind correction there. We were barely stable. That was tight. Embassy Suites downtown. Used to stay there a long time. Just flying corporate stuff in and out of here. Man, that looks so good. All right, let's watch a touchdown. Oh my gosh, that had to be like a 1. That had to be a 1 or a 0 feet per minute. That was absolute butter. That had to be absolute butter. That was so good. Let's watch it again. Because I guarantee you the Burbank one is not that smooth. Check this out. This had to be... This had to be like a -1 feet per minute. Oh, that's just beautiful. Pause it, we'll go back. All right, last one. This one, then we're going to Burbank. Let me let it load in the scenery here. Let me load it in the scenery, and here we go. Last one, we'll watch it from inside. Inside-outside combination. And then we're going to Burbank, which you're going to want to see that Burbank landing. Chris Stuper, you're moving to East Coast soon, either DCA or BWI. Oh, man. Dude, I don't know. Go to BWI. Don't go to DC, man. Go to BWI. No, Dimitri, it wasn't airline stuff. It was corporate jet stuff. Airlines, we stay, we currently stay like a really nice Marriott downtown. But back in my corporate days, Embassy Suites, happy hour. Oh my gosh, that was just absolute butter right there. We'll watch this roll out. Flew a Piper Archer into Las Vegas once. I know they were PO'd at us. Parked between two Gulfstreams at Signature. Nice. Yeah, I'm sure they weren't all that thrilled when you showed up there. BWI is definitely underrated, Lauren. I agree. Passengers be like, did we land yet? Yeah, we did all right on that one. All right, that was sweet. Now for the moment you have been waiting for, at least I have been waiting for. Let's do this. Let's put this down. And let's just go right into, we're going to go pause. Actually, we're going to go stop replay, and we're going to do load replay. And we're going to load into the Burbank landing minimums replay. And here we go. Let it load in for a second. Don't crash on me. Beautiful. I love this replay tool because you can literally do any replay that you want. Now this one was kind of long here. I'm gonna let it load in, and then I'm gonna fast forward here. Yeah, that CFM reverser, Dimitri. It's some people love it, some people hate it. I still think the IEs look better, but it is a unique reverser. I mean, it's kind of cool to see the flower petal open up. Doing my long IFR cross country to O'Hare. Approach through us between a 7.4 and a 777. Nice. All right, I think we're pretty much loaded in. So now let's go ahead and go back to here. Let's zoom forward all the way down. I mean, we were basically at mins here. Let's see how we did. Ignore the Toga lock. Ignore that. I forget what minimums were, like 1075 or something. What was the altimeter? 3009, I think. Oh, well, the weather doesn't, that's right, the weather doesn't replay. But either way, we'll set 3009. I know. There's the runway.
$500.
Man, look at that crab too. When we landed, it was, I don't remember what it was when we landed. It was pretty wild. Let's watch it from here first. Yeah, it was not this clear, that's right. When I flew it live, it was minimums. 2998, thanks Key 6, I'll check it out. I'll try to see if it makes a difference here. Coming down, remember no float on this one. Where is it at? There's the marker. Oh, and down. Whew. We're gonna have to look at it outside. That's pretty cool though. Yeah, there's your flower petals, Dimitri. Let's see where we touch down at. I mean, it was low vis. We were at absolute minimums when we flew this approach. We'll pause it right on touchdown. Crabbing like crazy. Wanted to float. Pause. Look at that. Right at maybe 100 feet to spare. Look at that. That's it. That's all you got. That wasn't very firm, actually. You know, that's actually that's a pretty good Burbank landing. For being as short and as restrictive as this runway is, that was actually a pretty good landing. I hope my landing can be that smooth in the sim tomorrow. But we were within limits, completely legal. Oh yeah, that wasn't too hard at all. Shoot, I'll take that for Burbank any day of the week. I will take that any day of the week and twice on Sunday, friends. All right. Wind it back. Get sail going. Guys, gals, want to thank you for joining me on this little venture today, finally getting back live with you after 3 weeks of hiatus. Hopefully we'll have some more content coming at you. Like I said, I didn't want to overpromise and underdeliver. I thought maybe doing one later tonight. I don't know. I got some other things I need to take care of at the house. I'm not saying no yet, but if I do tend to stream that, it would be later. But I will tell you this, we will stream again this weekend. I'm really hoping maybe right tomorrow after the sim. I think I'll be back, should be back home late afternoon, maybe about this time. And then I will stream to you guys exactly the sim profile that I fly. We'll see how different it is. And if it's the same thing that I flew today, then we'll do something different, obviously. But whatever I get thrown in at the sim tomorrow, I will be sure to stream that for you tomorrow, probably later afternoon, though, like I said, because my sim doesn't end until about this time. So thank you so much, guys, for the continued support. Really appreciate you. I look forward to spending more time with you this month as things are finally setting down here for the next couple of weeks, at least anyway. So until next time, stay safe, stay healthy. Thank you for the support. I'm V1. See ya!
$500. $100. 50, 40, 30,